Yeah. So, so your dissertation work was on the kind of big geological history?
No, not at all. I actually had such a strange path.
I'm going to give you this guy too, actually.
Oh, who's that?
This is a little hermit crab, given that you're,
cool.
given where we are.
I like this guy. Yeah, no, my dissertation was on, actually wasn't very good. I wrote it too fast. I never published anything out of it. No, what happened was when I was in graduate school, I wrote a paper on the side, it was kind of a side project that I was really interested in on paleontology, and actually on the inference of function from structure in fossils. So you look at a fossil, or a dinosaur fossil or something, try to figure out like what the purpose of the thing was, like why did stegosaurus have those crazy plates?
Right. So it's somehow a teleological kind
exactly. I was really interested in teleology, and that ended up being the first paper I ever did. And then after I got back, I came here actually. Various people kept saying, well, this paper working in that area. And so I at the same time I was having trouble getting much interest in the dissertation.
That wasn't your dissertation?
No, it wasn't my dissertation at all. It was sort of, I kind of started in that direction in grad school, and then kind of set my dissertation to one side and kept doing the stuff I really loved. I like this.
So, and the dissertation was on?
It was on models of cultural evolution. So evolutionary theory stuff, but looking at ways of applying it to cultural change.
Really?
Yeah.
That sounds really interesting.
Like some mimetics. I was writing quite a bit about that stuff back then.
Mimetics?
Yeah, mimetics, like the evolution of memes instead of genes. But kind of had trouble getting other people interested. It's sort of the late 90s. I was finishing up, and then I did this other work on dinosaur science that I just found I really enjoyed. So,
have you read what's the name's new book on dinosaurs and black holes and dinosaurs?
I want to, or dark matter.
Dark Matter.
Yeah, Lisa Randall. It's on my wish list. I really want to get that book. Yeah, I'm really excited about it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, I would love to talk to you more about it. But, we can we get a little bit of him on your, I suppose on
Yeah,
again
sure.
on your I'll do some captioning here.
Yeah, yeah.
He's really quite sweet. Wow. That is, he's actually quite fantastic at it. Yeah. He's actually, wow, so dexterous. Wow.
That's really great.
I'm so impressed with your gymnastic ability.
We need hermit crabs to do this.
That'd be good. Okay. So the idea of the your nomination to this Doctors Without Disabilities is to figure out how your expertise applies locally to the issue that the exhibition is addressing, which is how do we use the campus as a place of intellectual leadership, addressing, redesigning our relationship to natural systems in an ideas-driven way that actually really is not sustainability necessarily, which is interventionalist in this topic, actually. You know,
Kind of human centered too.
yeah, and really doesn't have the larger view of dynamic, adaptive, natural systems that I think your work really applies to. So, so that's kind of what we want to kind of capture briefly. One of the opportunities that I thought was really interesting is the geothermal power here that has gone through. I asked if we could. I asked Josh if we could get some calls from and just because that asks us to consider environmental change over a larger. It puts us materially in contact with the stuff of you know, the Earth that is a different time frame, and it's a kind of time frame of climate and the way it kind of wrapping absolutely in this context. So one question is, how could we use, you know, the kind of invisible suite infrastructure investment in geothermal, which is, you know, all good. How can we really use it as an ideas-driven resource to, because we could run everything on geothermal. Why don't we? And how can we use it in this exhibition and sort of as an, you know, that was one kind of immediate concrete opportunity that I think your time scale that you grapple with in the evolutionary theory and the kind of temporal dynamic systems.
Yeah, there are issues of scale.
Right.
It's also interesting. It's kind of interesting that we don't. I mean, the geothermal wells are right out here on the green, outside the science building.
Are they?
Oh yeah, they a few years ago they renovated just 3 or 4 buildings up the way there. And when they did that for a couple of months, the drilling company was out on the green, just kind of drilling wells.
The screen on the next one or
The next one, kind of just so our building is the humidity center, which is up at the top, center, and it was just kind of right outside our windows. Down there. It's kind of interesting that we don't, the geology is kind of invisible. You know, it's under our feet, and the geothermal system is invisible too. Just see it.
Could we perhaps do a tour through the prehistory of this area?
Sure.
As part of the workshop.
That'd be really interesting.
To just understand geologically what this place is.
Yeah.
And how. Yeah, I mean, I also think that this question of how do we learn from visual evidence? Is a really important epistemological crisis now, where the terms of the debate for environmental transformation are economic, quantitative, carbon footprints, market incentives. When cultural change, cultural change happens much more imagistically, much more.
Not necessarily.
Yes, and not this rational, technocratic, we're going to incentivize you to do, and the kind of radical transformation, even less so, right there. It's not as calculated as that. You know, the post-war. I know that just the technocratic view of society that dominates all the big questions about environmental issues, even fertility, right? So yeah, anyway, but we have this geothermal, you know, facility here. We may be able to get some cores or some local cores. We could actually different, parts of rock from different strata.
I mean, I would use that myself just as a backup.
And actually, one of the things is the history here, I'm using this as the backup.
Okay.
I'm presuming this is from a local quarry.
That's a good question.
I mean, rock tends to be from local quarries because it's
Yeah, it's easy, and there are a lot of quarries around.
Yeah, and so it's some sense of the material history of this place.
Well, it's definitely glacial. It's, at least the recent geological history is glacial.
So does that mean there's a whole lot of hybrid stuff that's just the junk that the glaciers?
Yeah, lots of boulders, lots of just wandering around in the arboretum and such. There'll be lots of glacial stuff. And I once took a hike with a colleague in geology, he's our one geologist on campus, to a place called Mammoth Island, which is right across the street, actually.
This is the one that the college owns?
Yes, the college, it's part of our arboretum.
Right.
And it's not exactly an island because it's connected by the causeway, to the side of the river, but it's kind of put out. And it's really interesting. I can't remember exactly what type of geological feature it is. I can't remember what you call it. It's a special kind of thing where there was a kind of romantic footwork on one side, and the ice kind of scraped it clean as it kind of went up one side, and then the other side is pretty steeply vertical. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff. And I think could you know about this? Bill with the college is not. It's actually a larger glacial feature. It's just
And the bays, would they be glacial?
Yeah, I think so. I think if I'm not mistaken, Long Island was the first extent of the glaciers, and so a lot of kind of the Long Islands, Rock Island, those places represent spots that could look first in each of the glaciers, so they push them.
So the other kind of, I don't know if this is, and I want to learn more about your work, but this question about expanding the vocabulary of what kind of the discussion I was having with your colleagues is that I actually think that we discourse around environmental transformations. Repertoire of big ideas in terms of what we could readily, creatively adapt now here, draws from kind of a meaningful history about radically different conditions, environmental conditions. So the Pequot peoples that I have been fascinated with and working with them a little bit on some projects, and they of course used mutualistic systems in their agriculture. And the three sisters of the corn, squash, and beans, which is, I think, an icon of this idea that we transform our food systems not through chemistry and GMOs, but through mutualistic systems design, and that we increase biomass and water quality and air quality and biodiversity by doing agriculture in a way that has not gotten a lot of research support, right? Because contemporary agriculture are funded by
stuff.
But there's a vast repertoire of powerful ideas that kind of draw from a longer cultural history and environmental history, outside of the human timescale. So I suppose that the exhibition and it's a different sort of demand on academics, right?
Yeah.
That we produce typically for our communities of expertise and for teaching. But if we used our campuses and these institutions as pilots, as places where we were exploring, more radical transformations, what could they be? I mean, what should we be talking through and with and about? And to what extent, in the same way that I think how do you go from a scrap of visual evidence in a fossil to a story about an organism and its existence? How do we go from, how do we make those huge creative speculative leaps in productive ways, right?
Yeah.
And I think this is one of the big epistemological issues that the design professions, I think, are the worst. I mean, they haven't design engineering and science. I think scientists, or climate scientists, having organized 2,000 of them getting together to write a document is an incredible achievement. I don't know how they did that, but engineers have not done anything like this. They haven't tried to engage. So I suppose how does your work, how can we make it available as a kind of intellectual resource for designing new systems? Is my question to you.
Yeah. It's a little tough. I mean, most of what I do is really conceptual. So like, in the environmental philosophy course that I teach pretty frequently, I do try to get them past some of the things that you're talking about. So we talk a lot about cost benefit analysis and how that so often structures our thinking about environmental issues in ways that might be kind of problematic. And so we always, in that class, we always have a big discussion, the advantages and disadvantages of the cost and benefits of using cost benefit analysis.
Can we do a workshop on that?
Sure.
Are you teaching that course?
Well, I am. So this semester, I'm teaching two things that might be kind of interesting. One is a class on extinction, the science and ethics of extinction, where I also want to encourage them to maybe think about extinction and biodiversity in ways that are maybe a little bit different from the norm. I mean, these days I'm actually pretty interested in this debate about using biotechnology to bring back extinct species, which, one concern about it is it's just more of the same. That's our knee-jerk response to every problem we run into is, come up with some kind of high-tech, expensive, response.
And this Doctors Without Disciplinary Borders. And let me get a couple with can we get a couple with him and these guys? Now that we're talking about this.
I love holding the biodiversity. Who are these guys? Are these
these are
the moths?
3 local moths.
Oh, wow.
And this is actually one of the issues is this idea of the great global pollinator crisis. Right?
Yeah.
And what I'd like to present in here is the Great Participatory Pollinator Project, which is this idea that we can respond
Yeah.
to, instead of just counting the loss, right?
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
the accounting systems that dominate
Uh-huh.
what could we do to, now that we know, and
Yeah.
everybody knows about the
Everybody
bee crisis,
Yeah.
what do we do, right?
Yeah.
And so I have this thesis that I'd love to run through with you that it's part of this bee extinction model.
Okay.
And it's not putting mammoth eggs in
Yeah.
elephant uteruses, but it's part of this discourse, right, of can we design wilderness? Can we design
Yeah, right.
complex
Yeah.
systems, or do we just,
Oh,
yeah, let's actually, can you hold your, maybe we'll tuck them in. Yeah, we'll tuck them in nicely. Well,
Is that the
I think I don't,
Is it the one that keeps?
I'm so sorry. Yeah. I'm gonna, can you put your head up?
Oh, that's good.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
There he is. They, I think, my theory is that they're pretty robust.
Yeah, they can handle. They probably
Yeah, in fact,
a
you know
lot
what?
of trees
This
all the
looks like, this is perfect little.
time.
Well, yeah, I think that the, maybe I'll tip you over a little bit. Wow, who can listen to this?
There you
You can-
Should I be here? in a little bit?
You look like Dr. Spock or something. So I think here's the Great Participatory Pollinator Project idea, which is in this debate of how do we, if we know there's a pollinator crisis, and if we look at the, I can show you these phenological plots that I've been doing that map the annual cycles, precisely because I think actually changing how we represent time is critically important to understanding time, not of mechanistic and atomic, oscillations or pendulums or but this idea that we can use, that we know that in fact, I think I got that one. Yeah. That we can, no, actually hold it well, yes, you can, no, so that we could use the R strategy of organisms, the fact that these butterflies lay hundreds of eggs, these insects are typically R strategy, and they have a short life cycle, rapid life cycle, and they have this R strategy. So by relieving predation pressure and creating habitat, we have a lever arm on biodiversity, because of course focusing on these pollinators and insects means that we're changing the survivorship of fledglings of birds and the seed rain, and we're also changing the pollination and the plant reproduction cycle, and we're also supporting amphibians, which are the biggest extinction crisis since the dinosaurs, that we are impacting by focusing on this base of the food network. and in a far more effective way than actually planting 1,000 trees, right?
Yeah.
Which is expensive, laborious, and doesn't actually build the kind of complex community structure
Right.
that we
Right.
know is involved. So, so this is part of the epistemological shift of going from this idea that we can know about global warming, we can know about global global biodiversity loss, and we can know, framing the discussion in these kind of global ways has the unfortunate consequence of you can do nothing about global warming,
Yeah, right,
you can do
right.
nothing about global biodiversity loss.
Absolutely, yeah.
But if we frame it in terms of improving local environmental health,
Yeah.
then we are putting in this kind of, this is what, this theme song of
yeah.
mutualism is
And
that,
there's more of a sense of place too. If,
Exactly.
if the intervention is localized.
on higher standards of evidence
Yeah.
and actual feedback loops
Yeah.
that you can build on. So this is actually the methodology that I'm trying to argue and develop for the Environmental Health Clinic as a, in the kind of HPS kind of
Cool.
contemporary production of knowledge, convivial learning, public experiments with high standards of evidence, and socio-ecological algorithms to create mutualistic systems, and doing benefit analysis in order to argue for this. So it's actually taking the authority from natural systems that we know at least 95% of the biomass is produced by the subset of symbiotic organisms we call mutualists.
Yeah.
And using that to say, well, that's actually how we should design our urban systems, right? So that's why if we could do a workshop in the exhibition on cost-benefit analysis and the kind of really constrained and expand it to an alternative of benefit analysis, which really helps to articulate what mutualistic systems look like.
Right.
That I would love to do that. I mean, I haven't written about this properly, but it is about co-opting evolutionary theory and our understandings of evolutionary theory.
Right. And there's
Very
a lot
specifically.
of people, and there's a lot of people who think that mutualism has been underemphasized in evolutionary theory,
and
that we
we
need to have a correction there.
Yeah. It is a deliberate intervention that, I mean, I went through 3 PhDs and I didn't actually ever know in all of my, I did a neuroscience PhD, I did a history and philosophy of science PhD. I studied philosophy and biology with Peter Godfrey Smith and with John Dupre and with some really great people, really fun, interesting people. And I never knew that mutualism, the subset of organisms that actually live longer, reproduce more, do better in each other's presence, not just symbiotic, that they dominate natural systems. I didn't know that till I was looking at some evolutionary, modeling software. It was this little footnote in the beginning saying, we should probably model mutualistic systems explicitly because they account for conservatively 95%. And I was kind of struck by this, and I'd known what's her name's work, and loved what's her name's work.
Was it
Lynn Margulis?
I mentioned the Gaia person. She's really written a lot about it.
And she has, but and I've always liked her politics and her endo. And actually, I was going to ask you more about Dick Lewontin and your relationship to his work and Spandrels and Stephen Jay Gould and all of that.
Sure. No, I could talk forever about that stuff. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Stephen Jay Gould. For all kinds of reasons. But one thing I really appreciate about him is that his thinking is really systematic. He's basically, I mean, he's a scientist by profession, but he's basically a philosopher, I
Right,
think.
right.
You know, and he has views about all these different aspects of evolutionary theory. So there's the adaptationism stuff, you know, the Spandrel's paper, and then, you know, the punctuated equilibrium stuff, and, you know, his stuff about historical contingency, and then his politics, his leftist politics, everything kind of weaves together in this big picture.
Yeah,
it's
he's
really
a
nice, yeah.
superhero. Well, and Lewington, I actually found his writing even more
Yeah.
important. I mean, Gould was a better popularizer.
True. Yeah. Yeah.
And I met him a few times actually.
Oh, you got to meet Gould. Yeah.
Because he came to NYU at the end of
Okay,
his
yeah.
career.
Uh-huh.
Somehow he had an appointment at NYU. And Lewington was going to write for this One Trees book of mine, but I haven't yet gotten it out of him. But but this is kind of this home academic territory of mine that I'm trying to operationalize in this, what I call mutualistic systems design.
Yeah.
This much more, how do we act on our knowledge?
Right.
As opposed to, you know, the science studies wars, which are about
Yeah. Sure.
whatever.
Yeah.
Very similar
So
symptoms.
let me ask you. I'm teaching two environmental courses this semester. One is the course on extinction, you know, which is going to be very large. It's 35 or 40 students. And the other one is the seminar for the students in the Good Engineering Center that Jane, who was just here, is the director of. And that
Right,
one,
and that's only that's a few select
a
students, right?
smaller group, maybe 20, 25. You know, it's because some study away, you never know quite how many are going to be in there. But it's definitely more of a select group. And the theme of that class is going to be environmental aesthetics.
Oh, really?
Which is actually new for me.
Right.
I mean, I'm just choosing that theme. I was just being kind of self-interested and said, well, here's this area of environmental philosophy I've never worked in before, but I want to learn a little bit more about. So as I think about some of these ideas of like designing mutualistic systems, part of me is kind of thinking about it from the extinction angle.
Right,
Part of me is thinking about it from the aesthetic value angle.
Well, I would.
And how do we think about aesthetic value in natural systems? You know,
You know, it's interesting because I use art as a context. I typically run from aesthetic theory because because it's about imagistic art and really, you know, the central question of this exhibition and my work is really about agency, right? Who has agency?
Right.
Who feels qualified to act?
Yeah.
None of us, right?
Yeah.
Who feels qualified to do anything or able to, or who feels like they have creative agency? None of us, right? You know, this whole question of and actually the fight against greenwashing,
right?
Which is if you know put some crunchy granola, you know. The aestheticization of the issues, literally make it green label.
Right.
It's more effective than putting organic or fair trade or, you know.
Yeah, right. That's a good point.
So how these imagistic approaches really lower the standards of evidence. And how, you know, artists just aren't seen as, it's an interesting thing because I had an exhibition at the Victoria and Albert Museum this summer, and I had Julian Assange come and be my discussant. And, you know, he's got nothing to say about art, but I was talking about the relationship between the environmental commons and the information commons and whether or not, I mean, and he's a dick of a guy, but he's smart, he's so smart, and self-taught and kind of rude and impolite in a way that only Australian men can be. And it reminds me why I don't live there, but he said one really interesting thing which I think, well, he said many interesting things, but he said that, it's funny, all of the people that used to call themselves journalists, documentary filmmakers, activists, hackers, now I find that all the people I work with, they call themselves artists. And I tried to get them to, that this is the only palatable position to be in because, to whom are you accountable to, right? And it's that whole question of producing images that are not accountable to some carbon trading scheme or some red plus plus or some corporate responsibility but that you have to account for why and how the kind of radical transparency of knowledge production that artists don't have access necessarily or typically to computational fluid dynamics and climate models and that if an artist can take on a big environmental issue, then anyone can. It's right, they stand in both for the everyman and, without the technical and scientific expertise. But they also then, are accountable for why you're doing it, right? And often, it's not that I think artists are you never hear artists are the, artists say that sea level rise is going to be, is not ever a unified voice of truth that comes from artists, but somehow there's something that rings true from this kind of vaguely aestheticized practice of independent knowledge production that, I don't know, it's a really interesting icon for contemporary knowledge production, I think. So that is to say, could we propose at least 2 workshops for your extinction thing, because we can get a little bit of funding. If there's anything to do with workshops, Nadav's funding allows us, we can get workshops. So one, I would love to do something with the geothermal and the kind of the time frame. Oh, I was going to show you some of the work that we're doing. This is the exhibition that so we were really pressed for time, and now I'm sorry that I'm taking so much of your time, but no one else seems to have shown up, and we're going to come back with lunch. Did you give an order for lunch?
No, that's okay, but I'm heading home right after this. So it's okay. Do you know what kind of moth this guy is?
Yeah, it's one of the saponids that are so lovely. This is the Polyphemus.
Oh, Polyphemus. Polyphemus moth.
And actually, it might, I'm not 100% sure, it might be a Promethea and it might be a Poly.
I'm sure I've seen a Polyphemus moth. Polyphemus with my nephews who like to go to the butterfly house and when we visit that. They live in Maryland. There's a park that has a butterfly, one of these big spaces with plants kept nice and warm.
Yeah, but that usually does tropical, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think a lot of what they have are tropical.
Because
this guy's local.
These saponids that you have around here are just amazing. They're just a die for. They're incredible. We're a little bit.
I have good pictures. I have good pictures.
Yeah, but we don't have another person yet.
They haven't shown up. We had a cancellation at the end of the day.
Oh, you did?
Well, they'll let you know about that, I guess.
Yeah. So just let me make sure that I have the.
I think Neil's note. It came on your phone is what it was. They canceled on your phone. It was the 5:30 thing.
It's noticeable. So, I did it, but at least, I may not be in attendance, but at least I'll know what's been, and that sort of thing. And I think I can interchange some of the files as long as it's not the same sentence.
Yeah. Yeah. So can we just figure out a couple of kind of preliminary ideas for workshops that we can do with your classes?
Sure.
Because if you're doing this extension class, I've done this whole scheme for the Great Bee Pollinator Project. And essentially designing, if we had each student, for instance, raise, a handful of moths, to really map out what effect that could have on what plants and what birds and what over, this season and the next season and the next season, that we could really try to operationalize and use the students to do a public experiment. And I can sorry, I'm glad that last person, I just can't get online, so I have to get local.
It's the Wi-Fi.
So, sorry, this is, do I have it here? This is, yeah, if in your class you have this time to do this idea of taking, I have to figure out some more mutualistic interactions between a pollinator and plants and various things. And they map the kind of proposed population increase to show, why and how. Because the way that population models have always been done under kind of the influence of Malthus, that population increase, and in fact, Rachel Spicer, who I was just having a little bit of a spicy discussion with, because she thinks the real answer is reproduce less, do less, and most environmentalists have this whole idea of that the best thing we can do is to, reduce our impact.
Was she talking about humans reproducing less, doing less? Yeah.
And
consuming less,
there's not evidence for that, right? That's not the only tropical rainforests. Evidence that, population growth leads to megabiodiversity, not,
and denser
density
biodiversity
and mutualistic interactions that are much more complex than this idea of. And this is again a project that I'm still trying to articulate, but I really think that this is why all the carrying capacity, kind of the simple, stupid math of limited resources on a limited planet doesn't work, because it's all mutualistic, and mutualism, evolution, selection happens on the basis of relationships as much as individual traits, and that I think that this has real consequences in how we design systems. But anyway, so I would love to do a little public experiment of if we could have, as with the global pollinator crisis, with a pollinator-dependent plant reproduction cycle here, with the arboretum and the bird. I think we could really see an impact on suddenly the edge, I don't know, we're talking to Aspis, Bob.
Bob Askins later on. Yeah, he's the ornithology
Yeah,
campus. Yeah,
but I would love to design
yeah,
this.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think this is the most productive end of that debate
Yeah.
about breeding back
yeah.
extinct
Well,
animals.
yeah, and you could. It sounds like you are talking about reintroductions too. Or,
Right.
Well, yeah, actually, about reintroducing.
Well, I suppose the idea is less about, it's about designing natural systems.
Yeah.
That natural systems are designed,
Right.
and there isn't this pure,
Yeah.
this is fucking with them, this is not fucking with them.
Yeah.
They're all fucked with,
Yeah.
right? They're all
Well,
screwed
and,
with.
some of the folks now who are talking about the extinction stuff want to frame it as an effort to restore ecological relationships.
Right.
But there are lots of, if that's the goal, there are lots of other ways of restoring ecological
Exactly.
relationships.
Exactly,
Sure
like
that,
this.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, and that's where, the whole extremist of,
Yeah.
do not touch, no trace, and
Right,
these preservationists,
The wilderness stuff.
things, is very different. And even in terms of rewilding, right,
Yeah.
doesn't give us enough agency to say,
Yeah.
wilderness is design.
Yeah.
Designing natural systems. What are we designing them for?
Right.
What are they serving? Being explicit about that. I mean, so this is, I'm so excited to talk to you because there's not many people who understand kind of evolutionary theory and epistemological approaches that I think come out of, critical philosophy. Biology, not out of ecosystem science.
Yeah.
And not out of policy work.
Well, I do think the issue of designing natural systems is really interesting. There are for a lot of environmentalists, that's kind of sort of a no-no. Like, not,
Exactly.
we really should be preserving natural systems as well, and redesigning them.
Right.
Manifestation of human hubris or something like
Right.
that.
Right.
But at this,
And
but that's not. It's not clear to me that at all. That's the problematic kind of wilderness
exactly.
tradition coming
And
through
that's
in
what
that sort of perspective.
Anthropocene
Yeah.
gives light to. If we
Right,
could
yeah,
name
right.
Anthropocene,
Yeah,
then and we say that we are the dominant force, and there isn't any.
we're in the business of redesigning ecosystems anyway. So the question is not whether to do it. The question is how.
Yes, exactly. That's I think the framework of the debate that we need to force
Sure.
that is underrepresented.
Yeah.
Right? Certainly in environmentalist circles,
Yeah.
and certainly in the kind of what's his name? He's doing the human genome project guy. Anyway, he's looking.
No, mean like convention, maybe the synthetic
Craig
biology guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know he's got a big stake in one of the mammoth.
He's involved in one of those.
Yeah. And drive me crazy. This is just anyway. So if we could organize with your particular students doing something of a public experiment in the Great Participatory Calendar Project.
Yeah, that could be interesting. We could.
Because
we could
it'll
think
be.
about how that
We'll figure out. I know this breeder now.
Okay.
Who's very cynical guy, and it might involve having students, giving them a handful of things and then designing a set of native plants and host plants on campus or somewhere that they then.
Someplace where they can raise them.
Yeah. So it's kind of a wild pet idea. And the second thing is the geothermal, engaging with the geothermal as a resource. One of the ideas that we had about that was ooze is another way that I work, which is very science studies, history of science is actually in this institutional critique way, so that the environmental health clinic is, critique of conventional university health clinic.
Yeah, sure.
And Ease, which is zoo backwards and without cages, is about creating habitat for non-humans in living contexts,
Great.
productive interaction. So one of the ideas, things will be in the exhibition, was to use the geothermal heat to create little niches around the building that will change the conditions and create context for.
What's going on today?
Is this?
Yeah.
Hi Maggie, great to meet you.
You too?
Good. We've been deep in conversation and kind of plotting, and so I know that I've been running out of time, so. So, yeah,
Well,
those
we should stay in
two,
touch about
yeah,
those two, yeah.
and,
Especially the pollinator.
and the benefit, cost
I
benefit.
may not,
analysis.
yeah, I may not be just doing the cost benefit analysis that much since I've already, the one will be mostly focused on distribution.
Yeah, I'd just love to do a debate.
Yeah.
I went to see Hamilton recently,
Oh, really? Okay.
The- you know,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
musical?
the musical.
and they did this whole thing about, the debating the financial setup of the financial, the Fed, how they set up the Fed, as a rap battle.
Yeah.
It was just,
yeah,
it was
yeah,
a beautiful way to
yeah,
get
correct, that one.
complex technical ideas out.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you
Cool.
so much
No,
for your
thank
time,
you.
and
I'm
I'll,
gonna give you one.
yes. I will.
Whoa. All your buttons are erased, so I don't know. I think that was.
Thanks.
So, yeah,
This is really
thanks
cool.
for
I've
coming.
I've never had a tree crawling around my.
Oh, I missed that. So, yes, I mean, did you guys get some ideas for
I
it?
think we might have a workshop idea. To do something like pollinators for the extension.
Oh, and there are those workshops that are directly tied to the exhibitions that will happen. And, we want to happen anyway. It would be great to have research. So one is those bags, the ads, and the other is the food or food manufacturers. But she's like doing like two. And maybe you might be interested in hearing about that. But so maybe you're the co-director or the assistant director of the Arboretum.
So I'm basically responsible for all of our public programs and volunteers, things like that.
Just can't pick up over here.
Yeah.
Oh,
You want to us to be on the record? Yeah, I just wanted to before Derek goes to tell him about the workshops that are gonna be the two workshops, the ag bags and the food that we said are most likely to happen in connection with the exhibition. So, so the food manufacturers are gonna be the cola and the floss, right?
We were also just talking about a couple of other.
I'll let you eat. Do you want me to let you eat and I'll tell them?
Yeah, you tell about those ones.
So basically, and she'll correct me, because I just know the general details, but basically, working with, you want the locals, the coal is supposed to be locally produced.
Yeah.
So creating kind of foods that are based on some local plants and alternates.
I have a brochure, a PDF that some students just put together this semester of 25 edible foods from the Arboretum. It's like a walking tour of the Arboretum. That would kind of be, I mean, there's some things in there that need to be edited maybe a little, but for the most part, it's great. Not all native, some things are naturalized, meaning they from Europe and have just really become part of our environment. Not necessarily invasive, right?
So the idea for this workshop was producing so there will be the equipment here kind of on the table in the space. in demonstration mode kind of thing, like how you produce, for example, local version of cola. But then it could be activated in a workshop where students can actually do that. And ideally that or some version of that would also be sold at the coffee closet. So, and also this kind of candy floss.
Yeah.
And flowers.
So edible flowers is one of the big issues that we think we can use the nasturtiums and things that the undergraduates have been growing
In the greenhouse.
in the greenhouse.
They cleared out the greenhouses already though?
I
Or
think-
they'll start again in.
No, wait, I hope you use the ones that they've
Oh,
done.
have they already cleared out the?
I'll have to go check and see.
Because I kind of said, I
Did
asked
Did you talk to someone about
What
it?
Chad said, we should be able to use the stuff that we would clear out, but like, we haven't checked in with them since then.
Yes,
like a month
that's
ago,
right.
so.
Yeah, but he was saying that it was like this week.
I can check and see.
Can you?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
so
first,
if you go, but,
because they're already
yeah,
there.
just wanted
We
to
wanted
let you know
see
about that stuff.
some flowers and colors.
So we'll, yeah, we'll
And
find a
use
way
this
to.
effectively as,
Wonderful.
you know,
Yeah,
and
because we'd love to like, set the date.
I'll use this space.
yeah, so we'll be producing bags.
And then if one of those other workshops you talk with her, just want to. That's great.
Yeah, I'm
So
familiar,
sure,
like
I
a
can be here.
I have to
1
think
gallon
about
or
which
2 gallon
classes
bag.
she was
Yeah.
thinking.
That,
Similar to like, are you looking for an effect similar to like the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum?
Except that class is a lot.
I don't know that,
In Boston, the Gardner Museum.
Oh, they
Isabella
do.
Stewart Gardner's birthday is in the
Yes.
spring, and from
And
her
they do-
birthday, they hang nasturtiums.
that's
And they
right.
grow, from the top and they hang all the way down to the ground.
Yeah, no, I've been doing these ag bags using Tyvek.
Oh, okay, okay.
Which, it has micropores, so it actually breathes. So we get the kind of rhizomic oxygen. We get actually quite double, quadruple the root density because it's not just the intra-two along the top. So we want to put a few of these on here and around. But yeah, these various forms of nasturtiums, which are easy just because I saw that they were growing them there anyway. And to some extent for, February, there's not much else, there's not a lot to choose from, but the ag bags will be here and ready to then potentially
Transplant the ones that are there.
yeah, and then after the exhibition, we'll be able to plant
Yeah, at least she had it.
other things in the windows outside, post frost and other things. So the extent to which we can use local food.
Nasturtiums aren't native.
No, they're not at all. No, but they're just colourful and you have
And
them
they were
here.
grown
and
on campus.
They were grown on campus and they're here and they're great to eat and they are. They do it. Yeah, and so this is just for the exhibition, but not for the kind of food design, food systems design. It's sort of, here we have a demonstration that, we can change seasonal greenhouses are an old technology forcing food systems design. But also,
Emily, thank you so
yeah,
much. It's really nice to meet you.
so Nadal, we were talking about like these 2 classes, a couple of workshops to do with the geothermal.
Yeah, and that would be best for you guys to just be in touch about
Yeah,
it
we can be in
directly.
touch with you.
And then like the stuff that's related to the show, we'll try to coordinate and see if
Well, so
who's
yeah,
interested.
that they would pick a class with, this participatory, the great participatory holiday group. Well, anyway, so yes, to kind of fill that out as part of the food, the exhibition and the workshop.
Yeah.
Related to these.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yes,
All right.
I see the resemblance. Do you? Yes.
So Maggie, we don't want to keep you too long.
Yes, I know.
Sorry for that, we're a bit
No,
slow.
it's okay.
So you're seeing that's Did
Yeah,
she tell you
awesome.
that that's the stuff we want to do on the railings here?
Yeah.
Do you think those flowers can like grow here in the, I mean, I guess indoors?
Yeah. If the plants are still going now, they should be fine. And nasturtiums, I was just saying, I think it's early April. Have you been to the Gardner Museum, Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum?
I've heard a lot about it.
So the Isabella Stewart Gardner.
It's that house, right?
It's a
Crazy
house, yeah. It's the house she built as a museum, but her birthday is in early April, and this is her favorite color, and so they grow nasturtiums, hanging nasturtiums from railings in this Italian villa house, and they hang like all the way down to the courtyard. They're so beautiful, and it's April, but they grow them through the winter to have them ready for April. So, yeah, I don't see any problem why it wouldn't work fine. And on most days, it's quite sunny in here.
Yeah. We just changed out the skylight, so now there's actually a lot more sun coming through them.
That'll be awesome. We have a landscape design symposium the first week of January once we're back from break.
Oh wow!
And it's kind of cool because we set up all the tables.
You know that
and
this is
seating
the
in here.
first. This is when the exhibition opens.
When?
January 25th.
Oh, that's okay. January 25th is good because we're doing ours January 7th and 8th.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
But the space is so neat. It's so much better than like any other place.
No, I was kind of excited.
All
I
of
thought
the
you said.
tables get set up in here.
I was excited. I thought you guys could get to do that within the exhibition, but like that would have been cool.
So that starts January 25th. That's right when the students come back.
So you should hear about that.
Yes. What is that?
The exhibit?
Yeah.
Sustenance water.
Oh, we have nuts here too. If you want.
I'm good.
So are we recording
I'll
still
just
again?
grab my-
We're recording through here and not through the Zoom, is that right?
We're recording through the snowball.
Is it constantly recording?
Yep.
Okay.
So if you sit here
Checking in.
and,
And you know that this is right now just facing here, so if you want to record Maggie as well, this needs
Yeah,
to be
it's
facing.
on that direction.
I thought it was on me too.
Are you sure?
I checked the
Okay.
nose.
The levels are okay?
Well, I'll let you.
Yes, thank you. So, if you can introduce yourself for the.
Is this for a real thing now? Is this what-
Yeah, it's sort of, the camera will move it as well.
Just hiding myself again.
Let's get lunch. Thank you.
We have a few organisms. As you're introducing yourself,
To you, to the camera?
yeah, to me, that was, I suppose, easier. Sorry, where did I put the organisms? I'm gonna find some animals to introduce
I don't
yourself
have to know the animals, do I?
No, no, no.
I know trees much better than I know the animals.
Okay, so, well, because
Oh,
we're in
wow.
a little, we're in kind of shoreline conditions,
Yeah.
we thought some little hermit crabs who have their own, and the other thing that we want to do, we've got luna moths and the polyphemus and promethea.
Well, Luna moth would be fun. I saw one in the Arboretum a couple months ago.
You did?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, that's with, here are two luna moth couples that are going to overwinter. And one of the things we'd like to discuss, so is just, because the exhibition that we're doing is really about how we use the campus and the local resources as an opportunity for really experimenting or redesigning our relationship with natural systems. The very idea that the college campus is a place of intellectual leadership where we should be piloting, experimenting, exploring more radical transformations, what municipalities and other
It's a chance
contexts.
for
Yeah,
exploration.
yeah, and that's our kind of bread and butter as a college. So the exhibition is trying to concretize that and invite and organize, basically the opportunity for radical systems design innovation. So your nomination to the board, the advisory board of Dr. without the separate borders is really to guide and to inform and to use your expertise, you know, as local. Because I think most of us, you know, are accountable for our community's expertise and whatever we publish to whoever, but we uniquely accountable very locally, what was here, what was now, what we do specifically here.
Sure, and outside too.
Yes,
I mean,
outside.
I think that's one of the very special things about Connecticut College is it's not just this small campus of buildings, but we have 770 acres that extends to salt marshes and hilltops.
The Arboretum has kind of.
A salt marsh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, salt marsh, hilltops, old, you probably know, is Anthony Resch on this? Archaeology professor, it was old
Did not. Where were
colonial sites.
Did you really know? Because so much of
There's so
American
much.
history is here
Oh,
in
yeah.
this area. But yeah, no, been focusing more. Yeah, no. So I should write that down. Anthony Grech.
Well, I can send you his. No, sure.
I'm gonna get you to hold.
Okay,
Maybe
okay.
hopefully we might.
I'm not very good.
I
Help me figure this out.
think we're gonna. Can you look up? And if can you look up and close your eyes? I'm gonna put these two little monkeys on. I think this is gonna be like they're sleeping and it looks like yours.
Do you want me to? I can almost
Yeah.
feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
I hope you were quick.
Yes.
We'll try that.
Are there tried this one on the
Live
nose.
creatures
They,
in here?
they are, but I think they're they're sleeping. Like, hopefully, we were kind of theorizing whether there's Chica baby syndrome in
On my nose.
yeah, I think. Okay, so 770 acres
770 acres, yeah.
of diverse. No, maybe hold these up to your ears. 'Cause you can hear me. Yeah, this one's. Maybe on both.
Yeah, 770 acres. The ravine, you've been to the Arboretum.
I've been to the Arboretum. There's a ravine.
There's a stone ravine that is metamorphic gneiss, which is almost like granite. And it's these very sheer cliffs that you just walk right up to the edge of, and there's no railing, there's no signs, there's no nothing, and it's just this deep drop down into a ravine. It's really cool.
And do you do tours of that, or were the students
Occasionally,
study?
we had a should we do both?
Yeah. Great.
We had a geology professor do a tour out to the ravine because it's geologic time, basically, millions of years old. Just looking at
Who was that?
the landscape. Doug Thompson?
Mm-hmm. Was what's his name? Who was just here? Have you met?
Derek? Yep.
Derek. One of the things I was asking him about was about a geological tour because it was a geothermal.
Oh, yeah?
And his work with dinosaurs and what we learned from kind of history embedded in rocks and how we interpret world.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Doug
Doug would be a great person to speak with if you want to read the rocks.
Okay.
I'll send you an email with their names and titles and things like that.
All right, so let me try something else. Can we rappel down the ravine? Is that something
It's something that's not a approved activity in the Arboretum. It's been known to happen for sure. It possibly could happen, with Glenn's approval, we could make this happen, and probably would give you approval for it. But it's one of the specific things that's listed not to be, people aren't allowed to just run in the Arboretum. There's a designated trail where people are supposed to run to protect the trails and erosion and things like that.
While you're talking to the doctor,
So that's what I was asking. Can you position that?
well, he's been running around anyways.
Yeah, I know, but can you position it to be more, if we're shooting against here, it seems like it would be more useful to have that at a 45-degree angle. But yeah, this idea of one of the ways that we explored doing taking environmental transformation out of the idea that it's for these kinky birders and upgrades into this is the century. This is the most interesting and important. I mean, the exhibition is trying to stage more radical transformations. And, sports is one of the ways that, we choreograph activities and change how people use natural systems. We can design sports so that they actually don't happen on toxic turf and actually improve human and environmental health simultaneously, which is the whole paradigm of these exports. So I'd love to figure out.
Bouldering might be a better option than rappelling, just because when you rappel, you usually have to either attach, you have to attach ropes to something and rappel down. So that would mean probably attaching to trees, which probably, that's one of the reasons why it's not permitted, is that because, over time, if too many people are doing it, will cause damage to the trees.
Right, but if we did, so I had these little helical anchors that are doing coring. If we designed it so that not only does it not damage the trees and not damage the rock, but that it actually improves the soil or builds this whole thing that we can get out of the paradigm where we're doing less bad and into how do we structure participation so we actually aggregate small actions into collective productive actions. So it might be that each person has to put one of these guys that like to be in leaf litter. The problem is that rats and small mammals, and to alleviate predation pressure is really tricky. With actually Project X was trying to bring human mass back into the they lost all of them in the cocoon stages because
it was so exciting to see the Luna moth. It was actually after one of the archaeology tours, the group of a dozen or 20 people or something, and we were walking back, and I'd never seen one before never in just the natural world out in the world, and I was so surprised to see it just on the side of the tree. And Glenn, the director of the Arboretum, said he'd never seen one before in the Arboretum. Yeah, it was that beautiful, the color, the green.
I know, that lime green is just, what are they thinking? Why are they that color? What they did flashing kind of show off? Sorry.
Although green, they do kind of blend in, possibly. Well, it was on a tree trunk, so it didn't, but potentially if it was in leaves of a tree, it would be blending in beautifully.
Interesting. I find all of the sediments that are from around this area just fascinate me.
But did you see the email I sent about the emerald ash borer?
No, actually, but talk to me about the emerald ash borer, because
So this is a bad insect.
Yes, a very bad insect. In fact, the emerald ash borer is what I've used Rachel Spicer's work. Do you know?
Mhm.
Did you work? Does she have a formal relationship with the Arboretum, or how does it work?
The Arboretum is
It's more like a facility that.
it's more of a facility, yes. Although Glenn Dreyer, the director of the Arboretum, he's been here since the early 80s, and he used to be a botany professor, but he's retired from being a professor. And he also used to be director of the Goodwin Nearing Center that Derek is co-director of.
Right.
So Glenn is kind of one of these all-knowing sorts of people.
Right.
Which is not recorded or
Right,
anything.
right, right.
He doesn't get too involved with things anymore.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay.
That means it's,
So in terms of formal relationship with Rachel, there's not necessarily formal relationship, and that's when
Mhm.
we just work together as necessary, sort of thing.
I see.
She uses the greenhouse for her research, and the greenhouse is sort of part of the Arboretum.
Yeah,
Like our staff maintains the plants inside, and
okay, so the first
Conditions.
person I met with here, and one of the projects we're presenting here is called the Tree Cloud Data Storage, where we're saying that I would like to initiate that we do index cloud data storage capacity, the fastest growing and dirtiest of human activities, right? Cloud data storage being dirtier than the internet industry combined and doubling every year. And all the students have unlimited and completely past ignorance about where the Instagram photographs and Facebook posts and everything is, and what the
massive
cost of
energy
it. Yeah.
consumption.
And we're trying to launch in this exhibition an investment campaign versus the divestment campaign. So let's invest in, request the investment in infrastructure, and specifically data infrastructure, that improves environmental health and degrades it, that we can design contemporary infrastructure, data infrastructure, so that it builds soil, increases leaf area index, increases biodiversity. If we do it right, the creative how we're doing it, right? And so that's where the tree cloud. The cloud, that the storage capacity is indexed to the leaf area. You want more storage capacity. You have to have more leaves. Something that I'd like to get ready, and I don't know if we can, is a leaf area metrics.
like a leaf pile sort of thing to represent what you're talking about, or
That's actually a great idea. That's a great idea.
because you might have noticed how much lawn there is on this campus, and one of my pet peeves is how much lawn we have. Because lawn really does nothing.
Toxic turf, yes.
One of the programs that the Arboretum started with Professor Nearing from the Goodwin Nearing Center was.
Goodwin Nearing Center still exists?
The center exists, but Goodwin and Nearing are two men, and they both passed away. But Nearing started this idea: salt, smaller American lawns today. And the idea is to reduce lawn mania and reduce the amount of lawns in America because of the fossil fuels and the noise pollution that they create, and the lack of habitat and diversity and all the other things. And here on campus, we have so much lawn, and there's very little space where leaf litter is just left, and they're out there with their big, huge hoses sucking up the leaves, and it's like, just leave them, because this is what gets,
Exactly.
So if your
That's a great
project can
idea.
somehow
That's a great idea.
establish like designated leaf litter areas, or or let's not call it litter. I mean, kind of the idea of getting rid of-
nutrient cycling,
not calling it divestment, but
Right.
like
Yes.
leaf investment, or
Yes, yeah.
I think you're about this.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Lauren.
Yes, I guess from your webpage.
Cool.
It's funny watching these web images come to life. We would just sit down for a second. We're gonna, I just in the middle of this exciting.
What are in these? I didn't even
These are
find out.
these are the two. Have you two know each other?
Or
What
am
do they do?
I know we've met before, but I don't remember where.
I know, same.
I'm in the Arboretum, I'm
Yeah,
the
I was
assistant
gonna
director.
say, you know, when we went, we met at the community luncheon thing.
Oh, right.
Like briefly, yeah.
That's right. I'm glad you remembered, you're good.
Yeah, the second you said Arboretum, I was like, I know. Yeah.
I don't know where they live.
Do you know what these are?
I think they're lunar moth.
Oh, these are the moths? I thought it was the other
But
ones.
maybe there are other, no, I think she had 3 different kinds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I see.
I mean, it'll still be good. I mean, it doesn't, and the crab was good too. I mean, the crab, I guess that would be the trick.
Invite me? Right?
So, may I share this with you? So, like, first thing, Nicole had told me, she's so excited. She told me about her project. Now, when she mentioned it, she told me about her project. She had how we go to the website and everything. And so, first thing, Friday morning.
No.
I came down and
Like,
said, "Well, here."
I see it.
And I walked over and I did the one under the bridge. And you can
Yeah. She moved it afterwards.
So I'm sitting there, I'm sitting on the stool and
There's nothing safe about
the
the tongue.
house laid down
Oral
fixation.
That's nasturtius, that's nothing in that.
And I had all
That's like, or did we get a bee or not? We don't have like a sedated bee. Put on
We
there.
have some mealworms and,
You know, because I'm trying to get close.
she was making a delivery to
Because you're not, because you.
And so I took her at that moment with my phone, we went to listen to Nicole's piece under the bridge. And it was, Nicole's thing was just amazing. And then, you know, I went listened to the last one too. And I just like selected these pale blue folders for landscape studies, you know. And like, it's such a perfect winter, it was like such a, and pale blue is the color, it's her pain and her letter to herself. And it was like, there was something so like oddly
Of the moment.
synchronistic or yeah, totally. Yeah. It was really, that was,
I'm wondering, just because Miles is right, we have.
she's going to plot larger intervals.
Wait, you're going to grab some animals?
Well, I mean, the quantity have somebody with like quantity, that could be a different thing too, to have like a lot of it.
It's like,
Our next,
our next
meeting is that.
Hey.
I'm gonna run to the restroom.
I mean, maybe I could just take a look. That's very cool looking.
So we've got crickets.
Oh.
Lauren would be great for crickets.
And we have decomposers.
Decomposer.
Yes, a dear friend of mine runs, well,
That's the latest tour we're working on at the Arboretum.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
So these are the bigger ones.
Yeah, Lauren.
And the other one is, I think that the,
I mean, if they're on their hands and the hands are up to their face, it could work.
this is
Well, that's great, yeah, if they're up for that.
put a little. Okay,
I would think so.
I'm not petrified, I just.
Have you had any with, on anyone's faces?
yeah,
I do well with earthworms.
well, these are sort of
Oh,
like.
that is, oh, there are things in there.
Yeah,
Oh, we don't want those to get loose at the Cummings Art Center, I don't think.
well, they.
We'll be doing it the next 2 years.
On the tip of your nose and the.
oh,
We don't want the crickets to.
oh, yeah,
Um,
of course.
so Yeah, the other one that I'd love to get, whoever's game,
Great.
it's actually having the frog sit on your tongue.
Were they
Yeah,
good
for that.
words, like a prince?
Let's see what Lauren's into.
I don't think you're gonna get any victims
I'm
for
a
that.
little bit more into,
You think you can get words from frogs?
Lauren, just in time. I thought I heard my name. Yeah, I said it many times.
This will change your life.
Fantastic. So, just have a try. I think that
I do like his colors.
he's a tree frog.
Yeah, I do like that part of it. Seeing him, I'm maybe a little bit.
On your face. He's very sweet on your face. So I grew up with these guys, and so they're very and this is I'm not actually asking you to read it. If you're game.
Oh, wait, but she's not gonna like jump into your mouth or
Oh, God.
Okay.
Are we having
He needed a little bit. He needed a little bit of moisture. I know it's a game.
Like some clown or something.
Really sensitive gag reflex.
Otherwise, there's some.
Don't throw up on your fry.
Is there something they can sort of hold on to your bangs?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got some with the frogs.
Like a single.
We can do the worms, Lauren. But if we can get one with the beautiful frog on your face, not the one I just had in my mouth. This one.
So, Natalie, this is Lauren.
Yes.
You
We
haven't?
haven't actually talked really
Oh.
yet, but
Oh.
we've figured out
That's pretty
one another actually is.
Have you got nothing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just one more with.
Okay, so can I get you by the wall?
Oh, yeah, right.
So just to say that if the arboretum were, the leaf area index, we can calculate from LiDAR. So there's satellite LiDAR, and to be able to get a metric on what the leaf area index of.
Could you sit on my shoulder? We'll see where he goes from there.
It's a very blue-green
I
one.
love the colors.
It's beautiful.
He's climbing my head.
Yes, he's getting lost in the jungle of your.
We had
If you're going to have them on your nose, I can.
my nose.
On your forehead. It's sort of like a jewel.
Okay, my forehead. We had a concert in June, and I'll let you do it.
Yeah.
As the final band finished performing,
Yep. It's so cool.
As the final band stopped performing and the noise of the applause died down, the tree frogs started singing, and they were as loud as the music was. It was so awesome. Where did you get them?
Well, there's a whole. You said a breeder. These guys, we breeder. Before you go, mine is, we were just talking, Derek, about the,
So far it says it
project. Use pollinators, and there's some students breeding and raising pollinators, reducing the predatory pressure. And,
Or just with 2 wheels?
actually, figuring out if and how,
I don't think it's
mutualistic relationships and plant reproduction cycles and fledgling birds depend on these, and these I think that I have to waste your food. Oh yeah, that would be great, thank you. Yeah,
I'll take it.
okay. I'm a little bit of a baby when it comes to crawly things.
Yeah, a little bit of more.
He seems to like me.
Can you put a bit of not water in there, because I want you to right out of it. There's another
You
part
are
in this.
so awesome.
Yeah, this color and your color.
You are so okay, into my hair.
So, whoa!
It really likes it.
What kind of like was that?
Sort of now that you've been owned, you're territorially owned.
I'll use that.
Yes.
What was that?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So, and further discussion about how to
Calculate leaf litter and encourage more leaf litter.
encourage more leaf litter, calculate the value of the arboretum in terms of. Quantitatively. I can send you images. And then also this idea. Here.
Where's his home? In case he decides to give you any extra liquids.
So one of the other projects that we're doing is around.
Are you supposed to tickle their back? That might be for the liquid, I don't know.
Was that pee?
Yeah, it's they can
You
use
start
their.
getting like slightly hallucinatory.
Yeah.
One of these projects we'll be exhibiting is a tree office. So this idea of a office in a tree, which is just a platform that's unenclosed, that actually is owned and operated by the tree. So the landlord is a tree, and I can send you some images of that. Because on the edge of the arboretum, this idea that stressful, what better place to work than in a tree office. That we talked about doing one here, but actually hanging out in the tree and seeing it as part of the facility, right?
The campus. It's
Yeah.
the outdoor.
Yeah. It's something else I'd like to talk about. How to really maximize the arboretum as not that we go into occasionally. It's something that's critical one to critical living infrastructure. And the paradigm of how, in fact, the campus should look like. That kind of complex community structure.
Yeah,
Sort of
full
canopy
diversity
complexity.
of trees and animals.
Absolutely. And
All
the
of the
kind of
creatures.
decorative landscaping conventions that we use in urban environments. Some, right? And that, so, so it's that two.
No, I think that's great. And feel free to be in touch with me. I mean, we all kind of go on break tomorrow, but
Yes.
I'll be on email or phone or whatever. And it's almost easier sometimes for me to talk and chat when I don't have work going on. And so feel free. And I'll send you an email with a couple of those other professors' names, just
Yeah,
for
the
archaeology and the geology.
Yeah, that would be super great.
Okay.
Thanks so much for coming.
So, at Brown Municipal Commercial House, is a sound.
Yeah.
And then, do you know?
So honestly, it's okay.
Singapore not cold.
I just don't think it would even end up in years, right?
Just 1 second. So Nellie,
Yeah.
Laura needs to go in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, okay, good. Laura, sorry.
You're also good,
I'm sorry, I don't have more sound project at the
Easygoing schedule.
Yeah. Okay, so come up and sit up here, at least here.
Oh, yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And since it's been an arboretum here, I've been thinking more outdoor sound.
Does this matter, this frog stuff? No.
No, it's really meaningful.
so I don't think
So hard not being online.
Are you not online
I'm not
because of
online.
our fantastic wireless network?
I bet just a little, yeah, yeah, that's good.
Good.
I'm nominally online. It says I'm nominally online.
Need me to
Yes.
do anything?
I don't know, the closer he can get to you, maybe. Or would you be on your eyeglasses?
We could try
Yeah.
to make
Maybe
it.
hold your eyeglasses, like hold them and put them on it and sort of, you know what I mean? Like not, I don't want it on your eye because that sounds weird. But
Yeah.
I'm just thinking like if you could grab onto it, then you could hold the glasses like you're about to put them on. No? Okay. Well, that's okay. That's me.
He's a little.
I don't think he likes the glass.
I
Here we
don't
go. Let
think
me
he
get it.
does either.
Let me try without disrupting. Here we go. Yeah, maybe hold your glasses. Like up to your face.
I don't know where he is. Buddy. Oh, wait.
Oh, we don't want to get him.
Would
Well, that's
you
nice.
seem to have a little decomposer running off now?
A decomposer right now?
Yes. He's just a little pre-beetle. He will
He's
become
in your hair.
He will become a happy little
Oh.
beetle.
I think you just dropped him. He's right there.
I'm sorry, big guy.
I don't know if he'll take the bait on that one.
Oh, that's cute.
No,
Yeah.
buddy? Any ideas?
You get them on your,
I'm trying to, I could
put them on top of your head.
1, 2.
So you have to just do an introduction for the.
Oh, that's good.
Oh,
Where is he?
I'll grab them. He's just hanging.
Oh, very nice. Maybe if you put him on your fingertip, that's easy enough.
On your chin.
Oh gosh.
Oh boy, look at that movement.
Sorry, big guy.
If I really do, I'll come in and find it.
I'm going here.
So can you introduce yourself for the camera, Lauren? You're being.
Sure. Introduce myself. I'm
Yes,
Lauren
yes, but the,
Anderson.
good luck. I'll be in touch. The exhibition is a project to examine sort of concrete proposals for more radical transformations in the Connecticut College campus, so energy systems, food systems, transportation systems. And the question is, as in your nomination to the board of advisors, to guide and to help and organize what these more radical transformations might look like, how they might be appropriate, what would work, what might not work. So you're drawing on your expertise to how it applies to local social and environmental change. Because I think many of us, as academics, in conversation with larger discourse and less what happens here now, what we can do to use the university campus, the college campus, as a place of intellectual leadership. Presumably is the way to get right.
Should be the, right. Should be the.
So the okay. So just kind of an introduction to how your expertise applies to transforming education and systems.
So I am a former elementary school teacher, public elementary school teacher, New York City, and worked for a number of years when I was in graduate school and since with teachers in Los Angeles, some folks in Chicago, and then eventually back to Los Angeles. So most of, I think, a lot of what I maybe, oh, he's on the move. Can I pick?
Yeah, I'll pick him up. He's quite difficult to pick up. So yeah, you keep talking. I'll come.
Okay.
Just gotta grab this.
So a lot of what I do is actually not situated in a lot of ways in the quote unquote academy and public schools as public spaces. And in particular, working with teachers, not just teachers, but other folks who would maybe consider themselves to be educators broadly defined, on how to expand opportunities for learning. So I guess that all seems quite pertinent. I mean, since coming to Connecticut College, certainly, I've worked with a lot of folks in the local community, and it's always a topic of conversation how to make the boundaries between the college and the kind of host community more porous. And to allow for sort of bi-directional flow of people and ideas. And I think there are a lot of folks care a lot about making that a reality and have been working on it for a long time. But of course, there's always lots of room for growth.
So one of the things that, what we're doing here is looking at transformations, and the curricular development that I've done, which I don't actually think of as curricular development. What's the difference between curricular development and activism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the question that I've increasingly come to formulate is, how do I work with, I'm really interested in participatory research, right?
Mm-hmm.
The forms of scientific research that we do in campuses tend not to be accountable and to the communities that they're nominally situated in and around.
Yeah.
And if they are, the whole terrible discourse of citizen science, which is really using interested non-experts to support scientific questions. I'm much more interested in the science of citizens, where the questions of why does my kid have asthma and what do I do about it is formulated in a way that is urgent and real and particular, as opposed to what is the PM 2.5 loading on
Statistically significant.
The boundary layers of around, that this is a reformulation. So there's several of the things will be in this exhibition.
Yeah.
Which I see the exhibition as a kind of a tool for radical pedagogy, where it's a kind of community organizing tool. And I see school teachers as actually a radical front in environmental change and participatory research. So there's,
or at least they should be.
and they tend to be very interested in things. So
and they also tend to be very prevented by the state in a lot of ways, and by the churn of policy to kind of keep them busy and away from, and that of course goes back to, the feminization of the teaching profession in the United States, and this idea that teachers shouldn't have political points of view. They should be neutral.
Right.
Bizarre idea.
So there's three. I was really excited to read about your work, because there's one of the projects here is called the Feral Robots Project, where we take robotic dog toys and we upgrade their resin detra. So there's $20, $30, $50, $100 robotic dogs that are kind of interactive toys about time. And we give them a new nose, which is an environmental toxin sensor, and we give them a brain, which teaches the dogs to follow concentration gradients of
Mhm.
industrial contaminants. And we gently amputate their legs and widen their wheelbase and equip them for training activities. And we release them on contaminated public sites.
Cool.
And we create
How amazing.
a mediagenic event for evidence-driven discussion. Because when you do have
Young people would
kids-
be so jazzed.
Yeah, so I've done 11 of these, and we're just about, and I did them with undergraduates, atypical engineers.
Mhm.
For the first time.
And by atypical engineers, do you mean underrepresented students?
Yeah, women and minorities.
Yeah.
And, so I developed it as a curricula for recruiting women and minorities into robotics, right? But this is radically different from the first robotics league and the way the sports metaphor of getting, Lego Mindstorms consumer kits to, to put a ping pong ball in a goal.
Yeah.
And actually we have cheerleaders. Robotics.
That they do. There's another shocker.
And so
I wish it was shocking.
So when I first taught this course at Yale, it was the very first time there was more, in the history of Yale engineering, there was more women in the course. Yeah. Whatever, I've done 11 releases, and now I've got this wonderful grade school teacher who teaches 4th grade.
In New Haven?
In the Bronx, and says he wants to.
Something's moving its way around. I'm just warning you, Miles.
I'm sorry, while we have this pause, so the next subject's here, but I'm also wondering, I'd like to photograph with something other than that frog, because, and I'm even thinking like, if we had a bunch, and that one little thing won't read, is there any way, or is this too traumatic to have her on her back with even the eyes closed with like 3 of those little things, or a shell, or
Yes, let's
something?
do that, let's try that. And we can have hermit crabs too.
Maybe we need Neil or somebody that can sort of assist with this aspect.
Yeah,
basically
and
watching
yes,
the
could we
insects.
add, I think we need all hands on deck in this case.
And I also don't want to leave them here, but I'm
Yes.
having a
I
little
mean,
trouble.
we can do these shells on the eye, and that's what we say, but the animals, we want to do that.
No, this organism. It's fine.
We need to move that.
There was.
Oh, they did?
So that's why everybody's confused.
Oh, Neil, you see seaweed. I see.
What's happening?
Hi.
Yeah, because there's Nelly thought this morning that there wasn't any. Reduce the amount of people, to ask people kind of less one.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, I remember.
Can I take the frog I have? I don't need that.
It's such a nice color.
Okay, all right, let's take it. It doesn't matter, won't matter to you.
Once you guys look, yes, and I said,
You're not gonna have
CC me, and I know, and they kept, I thought you did, and then it says, you didn't CC me at all. I don't know where it is.
I grew up in Texas, so. What meant to do is.
No, John, just.
It's tropical. Oh, okay. Well, that's West Texas. It's where
It's like north, yeah, it's North Texas.
Oh, North Texas. Okay.
Maybe we need, it's gonna be, we sort of have to, I'll have time for shots.
Yeah. It's kind of like the big version.
Yeah.
There's a lot. It's a big pieces.
That's it. Yeah, maybe can you sit down and you ask if you should have on both sides already?
It's a little bit more than I'm getting out of the shot also. So okay, so now let me try to get it.
And until when do you got?
My time was 10:30.
Right. So you have until to stick around.
Yeah. We might want to squeeze chat.
Yes.
I just bumped into him, I called him, there was a schedule.
So you send an email out to everybody when the schedule's ready.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't see any.
Quite busy, so.
And you see Nadal. Nadal asked me this morning, did you contact anyone about the? And apparently we did, and then. Yeah.
From the doodle, and then I send it to you, and I share that link to you.
Yeah. Are they each from us?
Like, one more, but I'll get on the glass.
We just don't have them now.
Yeah, so you were listed originally. Is that the one you got?
I'm sorry.
Is the one you got the one where you were listed?
That's I think that's good.
Right after the bar, it was a shit.
Okay, I think I got some good ones.
There we go.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thanks for being such a good sport.
So, so adapting these curriculums.
Scheduling this.
I'm like, how wonderful.
All gifted, actually, I would say.
All special, all very.
Just differently gifted.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you did meet Chad Jones? Because he's not showing up in here. And he says just ran into him. He's like, that's not that. I changed your size. You remember Chad? That's the guy who runs.
Yeah. Yeah. Digital files. And that's what it's open source.
He wasn't.
So I didn't do any. You still have to sort of like on first break.
Yep.
So I would even just run to see how it goes against that wall. Unless you say something black and white. But I never feel like things that are big color. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They should be pretty clear. And then white man was I had this working all day. I mean, it's what it's like.
Yeah.
Microphone and the video.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes, that's right. We're going to, right, we're supposed to do this. So we're developing these as real collaboratories.
Yeah.
Calling them, and participatory research, video learning, and public experiments to raise sustainability using infrastructure design to radically transform how we do the critical infrastructure that is dominated by corporate engineering firms who are by definition unable to explore radical alternatives because they have to sign off on and ensure and use things that they know the costs of, they know the performance of, they can model, they can use. So they they have to use these 1920s for those driven stuff that they were taught with. They're not. They can't innovate their whole time. Whereas the radical paradigm shifts have to come from a new generation. Moreover, the Army Corps, their fee structure is 20% of the budgets. They've got no incentive to do things that are 1,000 times cheaper. But there's a whole lot of curricula that is kind of articulating this in ways that really say that schools aren't about training kids and preparing them to go out into the world. That schools are where we're figuring out what we collectively need to do as a community paradigm. So that's what I'm trying to exhibit here, and to get your involvement and comment and co-development and advice on these curricula that that I would love would be
Sounds
so
fantastic.
Okay.
I love it.
Okay.
Sounds
So-
amazing.
Yeah, well, and that's why I'm very,
And I
I
mean,
think that
yeah.
teachers are the radical front.
Yeah.
That students are underutilized resources. We learn together. We don't have the answers. We're figuring it out as we go. It's not as if we've got something to teach the students. We don't know how to design a coastline that can withstand any kind of contemporary, climate extremes. And that this is the space race of the 21st century, that we should be relying on this and finest and enlisting and credentialing and doing education, etc. But it is anyway, all those things that I think consistent with your.
Yes. All I can say is yes. I mean, absolutely. So I wish I could stick around and I didn't have to leave, but it sounds, it all sounds amazing.
Yeah, well, the way to set up the exhibition is to have these kind of proposals loosely sketched out, demonstrations, images of how we've done for robots and what contaminates that we've explored and what could be, and with this new.
And do you have like an outreach plan for the local?
No.
Because I think it's just a really amazing and fertile time, actually, because the local district is undergoing a much more traditional transformation, but one that is quite significant for it. So the schools are becoming like an all magnet district, which is going to be 100% magnet schools in New London. It's the first one in the state, one of the first few in the country. And so there's a lot of excitement around that. There's also a lot of complexity around it, but the pathways that they've articulated, one of them is like a STEM pathway.
Right.
One of them is a language, art and culture one. One of them is around leadership. And so I actually think that people are really hungry for curricular ideas that kind of connect in one way or another to one of the pathways or to some cross-section of them, and in a way that would also kind of be a kind of beginning of a little bit of like a conversation that crosses college community boundaries. And so something like the robotic dog, I think that would be fantastic, because there's so many, New London's tiny, but there are some really cool activist folks who are doing kind of popular education type stuff. And then there are also people, I think, in schools more formally who are trying to think about ways
and
of
the hands-on project-driven learning is a great conduit into which to get more politically situated stuff that is up there. Okay. I
Yeah.
Bob
Bob.
needs to
So,
go for-
Yes, I know.
Bob needs to go.
You have so many.
Laura.
Is he going to be? I don't think so.
So I brought my own organism with us. Yeah. Because I think it has an interesting story.
Oh, great.
Is that okay? Or?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Much
It's small.
Yes.
Let me show you.
Just documenting a conversation. But, you know, since especially I was interested as the curator because I actually, you know,
Yeah. Well, I feel bad. I feel like it'd be nice to talk to. Because I just feel like it's a little. It's such a beautiful frog.
so like, yeah, she can do it.
It's not that before. I also think that it's just, I was thinking like sort of. Really?
If you sit on here. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think you want me to bring a live bumblebee.
So if you can start again, on
Okay.
board his own organisms.
So this is a type of bumblebee. There are about 18 species in Connecticut. And this species was once very common in the Connecticut College Arboretum and in other local areas, in my garden, for instance. And I had a lab for my ecology course where we compared the behavior of different species of bumblebees. And this was one of the more dependable species. We normally could find them easily. They had distinctive behavior that was different from the other species. Different species pollinate different types of flowers, so that's important in terms of sustaining the ecosystem, to sustain the whole array of flowers. But around 1993, I could no longer find them. In the study area we've been going to for many years, where they had been dependable. I didn't think much of it at the time because it could be that there just wasn't a local colony near where we were doing the lab exercise. But it turned out that it was a pattern that occurred throughout their range, throughout Eastern North America and Midwest and Southern Canada.
Suddenly in 1990.
Yeah, just very suddenly they declined. And people have attributed it to things like habitat destruction and pesticides and climate change, but the population decline was just too sudden and catastrophic for those long-term changes to be reasonable explanations. And 3 other closely related species of bumblebees declined in other parts of North America, like the western bumblebee on the Pacific coast. And it turns out that all of these species were infected with a fungus that had been introduced to North America from domesticated bumblebees, which were used in greenhouses where tomatoes are produced. And they have domestic bumblebees that pollinate the flowers of the tomatoes. And the original idea was to import domesticated European bumblebees, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture wisely decided that they shouldn't do that because it would probably escape and become an introduced species. So instead they took Western bumblebees from California to the Netherlands and worked on them to make them domesticated and brought them back. And when they brought them back, they brought this pathogenic fungus that then spread into the wild populations and spread across all of North America within a few years. So suddenly one of the most important pollinators in this area just disappeared.
And what's happened since? Has there been any remnant populations at all?
There are some remnant populations, mainly in the Midwest. There's only one population known in Ontario where the species was once very common. Canada has declared it an endangered species. And
this
it's
is a bombus, is that?
Bombus affinis. It's called the rusty patch.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we can.
Just maybe hold, if you hold it closer to your face and
okay.
tilt it towards me a little bit. I think tilt the
Oh, okay.
yeah, because it won't fall. Yeah, like that. And
Like
then
that.
Can you
yeah.
take the pin out? I mean, I think if he holds the pin.
It's pretty delicate.
From the
okay.
bottom.
I could hold the pin.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to take the pin out of the bee.
Yes, exactly. I'm just talking to hold the pin. Yeah. I think, and close to your face.
Okay.
To get the scale.
Well, let me turn it around
Yeah.
because,
There we go.
is that better?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's called the rusty patched bumblebee because it has that orange patch on the abdomen. And that's not so obvious in this specimen, which is, 25 years old or something like that. It's faded.
That's a
But in the
three, is that
live Bombus affinis, it really shows up as a bright orange patch. And my students always really liked them because they were easy to identify. The other bumblebees were hard to tell apart. The workers in this species are much larger than in the other species.
Has there been any repopulation strategy?
No, the population may still be declining. So,
Still.
yeah, still. So it really is on the edge of going extinct.
Is it?
Going from being a very common species
Is
to a
it
critically
possible, do you
endangered
think,
species in just a few years.
if we were to redesign a small area of habitat and understand the fungal life cycle and make sure there was some kind of mutualistic fungus that outcompeted or in some way not sterilize the environment, make sure it's safe. Could you imagine how we might articulate a repopulation strategy?
I think in this case, the key would be understanding the pathogen and how to control it. So a competing organism might be one possibility. Sometimes you can find pathogens of pathogens, bacteria that kill fungi.
And fungus, the shift from a fungal mutualism to a fungal pathogen is actually an interesting tilt. I'd love to do some more research on that. Is that something people are working on or have thought through?
The pathogen isn't really well understood, and the evidence is circumstantial that that's what caused this decline.
Right.
The fact that it was so sudden suggests some sort of epidemic. This was a new fungus in these bumblebees, and it particularly affects the subgenus that the species belongs to.
And how does it
So there were
affect
4
it?
species involved, but all of them showed catastrophic declines.
And do you know where in the life cycle that it affects it, or is it?
No, I don't know the details about.
But we can find some, yeah?
Yeah, if you go to, if you just search on the scientific name of this bumblebee,
Yeah.
the first Google will bring up the Xerces Society.
Yeah, I know the guys.
Yeah, the Invertebrate Conservation Society, and they have a very nice description. And also IUCN, you'll pull up the species page for this species, the red list. So the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Am I supposed to be posing in some way? Or just talking?
I get a couple more and then I'll give you a break here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
How big are your wings?
I'm afraid I'm going to look very solid, but maybe that's appropriate.
One more, here we go.
To be put into the thing and how
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We have 16-foot wingspans in Troy. That's 16 wingspan wings. Are they the three the same?
They're asking right now.
Yeah, 16-foot wingspan wings.
But are you gonna be able to have them here?
Sure, we could have them here. Yeah, if we put them in one. Sorry, Bombus Athenis, did you say?
Aphenis, yeah,
Aphenis.
Affinis, or Aphenis, I guess. Depends on whether you want to pronounce it in Latin or
Right.
English.
And
Yeah,
are they
that's
all
good.
Bombus Athenis in the 3 that you have in the box?
No, those are other species, but just in case you want to see some other species.
I do, I'd love to see some other species. And I'm wondering, Miles, are you done with this? Because I was wondering if we could have him hold it right up on his nose very
Yeah,
close.
I just didn't want to, if I was taking, if it was
Oh,
overwhelming.
Bumblebee on the nose,
Yeah.
sort of a visual.
Yeah, it's a very intimate.
Oh, let's try that. Oh, that's good. Hold on, let me just get the exposure better here. Here we go. Great. You want to
Okay.
put it closer to the nose or no? That's
Yeah,
good.
well, can you introduce us to the other species as well? And because I'm wondering, I would like one where we have 2 bees right in front of his eyes, if you know what I mean.
Well,
So
could he
instead
hold the
of-
pins and they would be
Yeah,
like
to hold the pins,
superimposed?
yeah. So
Can
I
you-
can give you if you want to swap.
Let's see. How am I gonna do that? Yeah, if you can hold the top, yeah. Like that.
Yeah. And then actually right in front of your eyes so that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, oh, that's good. Okay, a couple more. And a little bit, like, move them closer so that they're on, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Like, and this one a little, I'm gonna art direct a little bit. No, that's
Yeah.
good. So that's over your pupil.
Yeah.
So it's covering your vision a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
not sure I want to be solely known by this photograph.
All right, a couple more. I think that's good, right?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. So, I think one of the messages here, if this were a common species of bird that suddenly declined like this, let's say cardinals suddenly
Right.
declined by
Disappear,
90%, there would
Yeah.
be immediate, everybody would swing into action to figure out what's going on and how to solve the problem.
Right.
And that's true for most vertebrates, particularly mammals and birds, but for invertebrates, there's much less attention paid when, even with catastrophic declines or extinctions. The Xerces Society has recommended this as a candidate for endangered species status in the United States, but it still hasn't been reviewed yet.
Right. But if we were, as part of this exhibition, to kind of propose and posit some repopulation strategy or some actions
Yeah.
about
Well, the first,
some research questions or,
yeah, the first step is
some way to
find out
address
where
that.
they are.
right,
And with cardinals, that would be easy,
right,
tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of birders out there who can
Right.
report cardinals. Very few people can identify bumblebees, different species of bumblebees. And
but bumblebees are the biggest pollinators, are they? Is that right? Am I right about that?
yeah, they're among the most important native pollinators.
Yeah.
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 There are lots of smaller bees that are also important in pollination, but they are key pollinators in the temperate zone. They're very resistant to cold temperatures. They can become active as soon as spring starts. Even they can fly through snowstorms, and they maintain a high, stable body temperature in
And
cold weather.
their size, given, that they are the biggest of the bees, right? They are the,
Yeah, carpenter bees are about the same size or bigger, but they're among the biggest bees.
why are they big?
One reason might be their adaptation for cool climates.
Right.
So a larger body size cools down more slowly.
All right.
Yeah. So in general, particularly if you maintain a high stable body temperature like mammals and birds do, bumblebees do the same thing.
They do.
Yeah. So they,
Well, I know
when
inside
they're active,
hives, they can they can, alter temperature, but their actual body temperature is
Yeah,
warmer
they
than
shiver
outside.
their flight muscles and increase their body temperature, and then they become active.
Interesting.
When they're not active, their body temperature can fall. So unlike us, they don't always maintain a high stable body temperature, but they do that when they need to, when they're active.
And they need it metabolically for,
Well, they're pretty much restricted to the Arctic and temperate zone. They're particularly common in alpine habitats. So they're well adapted to places where you have cool mornings, where spring comes late, short growing seasons.
here's there's a friend of mine who sort of looked at what was counterintuitive to me, but how, all of these fungal pathogens, the white nose syndrome,
Right.
the chytrid fungus, these huge fungus
Problem.
pathogens is like,
Yeah, and the solution, I think, is very
Yeah.
direct.
Did you check with Manuel if he's coming or not? On your phone? Because we don't have his number.
shit, I
'Cause
actually,
he was supposed, that 4 was trying to send it, but he didn't have his email. He was probably hunting.
You don't have whose number?
Well, you have his number?
Who's that?
Manuel?
Manuel. Oh, I may.
Oh, there he is.
There it is.
Very punctual.
did you find the deal? No.
No, no hay más. I don't know, the arrow or so it was a little fun, Yeah. So, 3 hours here.
2 seconds, wow.
Hi, Manuel. He'll be much more photogenic than I am.
What is so adventurous,
Yeah.
hunting stories and.
So,
what
yeah,
are
I think with the fungal diseases, it's an issue of figuring out how the pathogen is spread.
Right.
Yeah, how you can either cure it or prevent it. So it's an epidemiological issue.
It is, but it's also this body temperature issue that you were talking to, right? In that I had always thought that body temperature was about, the biochemistry and enzyme, all of the biological processes. But apparently birds are warmer, all these mammals, so that, and mammals, and that elephants die from consuming all this food to keep their body temperature up, because that makes it hostile to fungus. And that the fungal load, as a kind of a general big picture thing, they attack the bats when they're in the cold, damp.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. So you're saying that maybe bumblebees are particularly susceptible because they have a high stable body temperature.
Yeah, because it's that somehow that changing the temperature could make them more susceptible or less susceptible in some kind of population level way, and that it might be temperature issues that have made them.
Are you thinking of tying it to climate change?
I don't know. I think
Yeah,
that
I think that would be a stretch because it happened so suddenly.
Yeah, no, this was clearly, and same with white nose syndrome. Yes,
Right.
I mean, everything can be tied to climate change in some
Yeah,
vague way, but
I think
it's really.
That's a real problem when that's the go-to explanation
exactly.
for everything. Yeah.
It doesn't.
And there's not much you can do about it, so.
Right, it's actually these little transductions. So what I've actually, what we're trying to do with this exhibition is look at very specific ways, and we can do local public experiments that we'll be exhibiting and asking for comment on and introducing. And one of the ways, just to kind of throw out some concrete ideas, is with the geothermal heat in the New Sciences building, the geothermal heating.
Oh, right.
That it would cost us effectively nothing to have a few little habitats in which we can use some waste heat or cycle some heat from the building into an external environment and see what animals adapt or extend what plants, so we can actually play with that as one idea for looking at how season extension works without a glass house, but in the just by heating the root bed, for instance, in some plant environments, or if there's a way to create an intensified habitat for a particular organism that is otherwise that's favorable. Anyway, so this was one of the ideas, that we have a really interesting, under-celebrated form of energy in this great new building, that we could use it to play out some public experiments, small little experiments for particular organisms. Anyway.
Like a garden experiment or something.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm just wondering, let's talk more about this project, because I'd love to, as part of, with Derek, we were talking about the Great Participatory Pollinator Project, which is to design to respond to the kind of, these moths that we have here, which are the saplings, understanding their relationship to plant reproduction cycles and survivorship of fledglings and other kind of interdependencies with these birds. If we could have a student breeding program where we are in fact selecting some pollinators, because of the R strategy of pollinators and their short life cycle, rapid life cycle, I'd argue that we have a lever arm on biodiversity, because if we increase insect populations, fledglings survive more, plant reproduction cycle is affected, amphibians are affected. By focusing on what we can alleviate predation pressure, create habitat resources, small scale mutualistic systems for a set of pollinators, what impact could we have over 10 years using this as a kind of lever arm idea? Anyway, so that's kind of, I'll send you the kind of the brief write-up of what that might look like, but I'd love to include that in the exhibition. To have some plans, ideas, preliminary propositions for what a pollinator, the Great Participatory Pollinator Project could look like, where we did get a systematic repopulation or enhancing populations of keystone organisms, and really thinking through ecosystem dynamics of how that could happen.
Proven to work very well for increasing pollinator populations is just to allow native plants, which farmers call weeds, to grow close to farms or on the edges of farms, along roadsides, along hedgerows, and that can have a tremendous impact. And you can either let that happen naturally, or you can plant a mix of seeds of native plants. And either way, it can be very effective at boosting pollinator.
I've got quite a few, spectacular ways to do that. So there's these hula hooping projects where we put New England wildflower seeds in hula hoops and we put New England wildflower seeds in hula hoops.
Yeah, they would have.
And then we have have the students all do a mass hula hooping where they're spreading.
Yeah, well, the Arboretum is setting up a pollinator garden at the greenhouse. Have you talked to them about that?
Not yet.
Okay.
I did speak to the associate director.
The director, Glenn Dreyer.
Not Glenn.
Jennifer, no, it's not Jennifer. Kathleen Redfern?
Kathleen? Yeah. She's
Jennifer Redfern.
Jennifer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to ask her out. Anyway, so much to talk to you about. But Are you around for January or not?
Yeah, I should be around, yeah.
Okay.
I'm on sabbatical, so I'm often working at home, but you can get in touch with me by email.
Well, I'd love to do a little bit more research on this guy.
Yeah.
And see if there's
So
anything
I would
on.
check the Xerxes Society, IUCN. If you get into it in depth, you probably should talk to somebody who actually studies bees.
Right.
You know,
I've
this
been-
was something I was doing as a side project for a class. It wasn't my main area of research. But one thing I meant to mention is that beginning in 2013, there was a nationwide effort to search for boneless offenders using volunteers.
Really?
And they did locate more of them. And so I think the IUCN website has a map showing the original distribution and where they've been located recently. So the first critical step is to find out where the remnant populations are to protect the habitat.
Right.
That's critically important and enhance the habitat, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
And extend
and then
the
start
habitat.
working on trying to figure out how to get rid of the pathogen. You know,
Right.
is there some way to do that?
Right.
And I think the pathogen is a pathogen of domestic bumblebees, so maybe there's even been work on it.
Right.
Because that would be a problem in a greenhouse, right? If pathogens or if fungi are attacking your domestic
Right.
bumblebees. So,
Right. So well, it'd be interesting to see how it plays out differently.
Mhm.
Different environmental stressors or interactions and inside a greenhouse and outside a greenhouse.
I have a feeling that the difference is that the domestic bees in Europe have resistance. It's the usual
Right.
story. It's probably a European fungus,
Right.
and the ones in North America don't.
Right.
So,
Right. Thank you so
okay,
much for.
I guess you
for
have
your
other people
interest.
waiting. So.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Bob.
Okay,
Thank you, Bob. So
so yeah,
incredible.
if you have any other questions. let me
I'll
know.
have lots more questions. So
Yeah.
glad to hear.
I just thought the
this.
species that's
So,
produced, triggers so many broad questions about conservation.
yeah.
That's important in that way.
Thank you for
Okay.
bringing me. You have a-
Good luck with the rest of your.
He said he mixed up.
Thank you, Bob.
Sorry, I missed your course. I was wondering. I didn't know. They should, yeah. Sounds like it'll be very hard. Yeah. What's the second international student? Yeah, I thought 25 years ago, a student from Asia who stayed on 32, and I wonder if it's because it doesn't look like an expressway. It's like a small water. And I think the American students might be more tuned in to people are going supposed to be speeds, you know, between 95. It was just, I had this feeling of deja vu. It was just something happened.
And that's here, it's just that he was in
And they find it. And they go, you know, they're going so fast. That's the problem. So I've stopped taking 32. I just go on. I don't know how many questions.
I will, why don't I contest your
And you just put in a couple of the introductory chapters in there, that'll just give you a broad overview of ecology and physiology. Heinrich, H-E-I-N-R-I-C-H. He writes beautifully. So.
Yeah, okay.
And it's meant for kind of a general audience. Oh, the custom. I'm sorry. That's Sam Rowe.
Yes.
Yeah, he's also probably the best person to talk to this whole thing.
Yeah.
He's a specialist on all of this.
Yes, he's the guy that so met with him a couple months ago, and in fact, have you seen his little camera? So I'll send it to you. So, part of the phenomenon.
And I think he's the one who set up this volunteer monitoring when these work. Yeah. He's an expert on birds. I don't know. What's your new source of organism?
Well, apparently the deer who has got
A deer?
Yeah, survive.
That's mutualistic. That's not.
No, it's it's not pure, it's not. It's just, you don't get what you want when you want.
That's a good.
See you later.
You have to suffer.
You brought a bow and arrow.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
this is the replica of the Iceman. I mean, so.
Of the which?
5,000-year-old man was discovered in 1991. So I've been experimenting.
Wait, well, you have to come over here and do this in front of you. Introduce this arrow again. Wow.
And this is my own design, my hunting bow. So. Yes, it's a replica. People claim that Old City had a bow or stave. It was ceremonial, and I'm trying to prove that's totally wrong.
Right.
But it is a fantastic bow. And one thing is that they said it doesn't have no knocks. You don't need knocks for putting the strength. Two, the U stave supposed to have the sapwood. You also use sapwood. You don't need sapwood. It works fine. And
So this is not sapwood.
it's a hardwood only. Sapwood is very elastic and works as a backing on the bow. So yeah, not so fantastic. It's just
Oh my gosh.
a pound weight, but it has the power of 55 pounds. And cast the arrows about 165 feet per second. So I like it. It's so nice, so comfortable to carry.
Really? And so in what sense did you copy it? I mean, you were able to get, there's a physical,
Oh, the bow, yes, exists. The stave. So I'm anticipating that Otzi. I'm a bowyer. I've been making bows now for 28 years.
right.
So we always work the profile first, and then the back afterwards. So the back is a little thicker. He was planning to work on the tiller and reducing the mass on the back to make it bend. It's called tillering. So you want the boat to be bending pretty evenly.
So you start with it.
With a stave that is a little bigger.
Is
It's
round.
probably about double the mass.
Right.
So it's probably about 2 pounds.
And that you just get from, that's an entire, branch, an
Or no,
entire
a
limb?
tree.
It's a limb,
He cut a tree,
yeah.
a yew tree that was about 600 years old. It was about probably 10 centimeters diameter. So
600-year-old tree was
yeah.
10 centimeter
Well,
diameter.
each ring, if you count here, each ring here, you can count about 60 rings per inch. So
Really?
it's very thin. You can see the dark and light
Because
color.
this was in a really arid, or why is it so thin? Is that the yew is a,
Because it's a slow growing
yeah,
tree.
you sit here.
Okay, it's a slow growing tree. And the best yew is the one that grows very slow. So the mass of the wood is denser. So you can really take more.
But it's a light part.
It's the hardest, it's the heaviest of the evergreens. And it's almost as heavy as ash. It has almost the same density. Ash, the density of heaviest yew is about 6.6, and the density of ash is 0.62. This is the hardest North American wood. It is ironwood, and this is
So ash is, so our wood?
No, this is Osage orange.
It's what?
Osage orange. It's the heaviest wood in North America. And in this one, you want the outer rings are thicker, but you want mostly late growth, which is darker material. Early growth in the spring is a lighter material. That's where the saps goes to the branches and brings all the nutrients to.
So does that mean it's growing less in spring and mostly in the?
No, it grows pretty close to each other. So yes.
Yes. I think.
Or what do you think? I was thinking maybe something either hanging on to that, like the crab or his necklace.
Yeah, I'm thinking actually if we have him like so, and we have, because this,
He's gonna find some critters, appropriate critters.
I love critters. As a kid, used to watch animals and catch them. So, iguanas and snakes.
All right, well, we have a frog, but I think we have a lot of pictures with the frog.
Okay, no.
So
I used to cry. One time I was my kindergarten school principal called my mom because I didn't know what to do. Bring a pet to my class.
Oh, you want?
I brought 3 pets.
Oh,
and the pets
oh my
were,
God.
well, it's a long story. The pet was
so
locust.
if you hold this up here, and if we have this guy
Oh,
Oh, wow.
That's
on here,
all right. I love that.
and then. I know, you're just so gymnastic.
So that's good.
Thing, okay.
So that's good.
I,
Oh, no.
yeah, his little pink belly is really
Yeah,
nice.
no, it's fantastic.
I feel like, if you rub them, don't they start making?
That's all right.
Yeah, in fact, let's
One of the things I brought was a bullfrog, 2-pound bullfrog.
Oh, cool. Wow.
I used to catch them. I was saying that I used to catch creatures all the time, when I was a kid.
So the frog is going on
It's
the
going
back.
like that, yeah, so.
I think we have,
Oh, wow, that's another collection, man.
we have all of them out for you because you're a rainforest guy. So
Wow, fantastic.
these guys,
Yeah.
maybe this one's sitting on here. No, I'll keep an eye on
Maybe you could have this vertical, maybe.
it. Yeah,
Probably feel more comfortable. Doesn't like. Wants to be.
yeah, would rather be on the skin. This guy is the same.
You see. There.
No, I'm actually gonna put you. I don't actually have them.
My glass.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting it. Like, no more, no more.
Yeah.
You got
I think
I feel horrible. I'm so squeamish, but I really, I don't care if they're in the water. I think that'd be okay. But, oh, that's cute. They're like petting each other.
yeah, the colors different.
I get that. That's,
Such different.
oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah. Great. Yeah, that's cool. That's fun. Anyway. That's really on my line.
I know this was that. So I'll probably see.
The one time in the Amazonian forest, Matigengas borrow our flashlight and went and catch a bunch of these ones to eat the legs. That was
Just the
sad.
legs?
Yeah, that was sad.
Hello, sir. I'm sorry I wasted my time.
Great.
In
So the
Caracas,
legs.
if you catch the little ones, they're green with black
We
spots.
did that to John. He wants to jump.
Oh, fine. I just totally had moths in my brain.
Oh, so this one's the best climber.
Yeah.
What? You don't want to. Wait. Oh.
Too far. We have meals here, so.
He'll end up in the
Is there anyone who's here?
chamber or if it's.
Yes. Here we go. Okay, let me take these guys off. So, just briefly, as you know, that this exhibition, they're really trying to exhibit concrete proposals for more radically transforming the, using the Connecticut College as a site for
Yeah, the one in the-
experiment. Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
As a site for kind of some concrete proposals for,
Hello, sir.
seeing how we can redesign our relationship to natural systems. And this is a wide open possibility that they kind of, where to reduce sustainability and carbon footprints. And it doesn't begin to engage their wondrous, adventurous, and creative possibilities of redesigning relationship and natural systems. And in fact, the idea that you're out hunting for
I consider myself a subsistence. I'm trying to get my food. In fact, to add what you said, and I've been thinking about all the pros and cons, and I see the advantage of getting your food, and you have a great respect because it's so much work.
Right.
That you are less likely to taste it. You want to overdose yourself. So we don't eat that much. I calculated that probably almost 1 pound of medicine per week. I don't need more than that.
right.
It's a lot of work. It's like I'm like a whole year. Well, as to get this deer, I probably spend more than 15 hours. But to me, it was 15 hours of being in nature.
Yeah.
It's almost a form of meditation. Perceive animals, and then get this animal because hunting is not that you go there and kill something.
Right.
Deers won't let you do that.
Right.
They are very, very savvy. But I was spooked. 5 years knew I was there, and this one knew I was there too.
Yeah.
And he was about to leave, and that's when I had to finish my shot.
Right.
And my shot was perfect.
Right.
So I wouldn't have got it.
But there's something incredibly wonderful about hunting like this, versus hunting like that, right? That is, seems fairer.
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's more challenging. You have to have more time.
Right.
But to me, the time is. I feel so much better today. Just being able to be in the wood.
Right. Well, you know this idea of forest bathing and these kind of prescriptions of spending time in the wilderness as physiologically necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Is one interesting thing. But one of the ideas is, I just need to slow down. One of the ideas is to develop this new sport. I mean, you started talking about this fact that you design bows. The sport that we were just talking about. Have you got a little bit? We're not on your time yet, are we?
Yeah, it's 4:30.
It's 4:30.
I know he talks a lot, it's fine.
We're friends.
Well, just briefly, this idea of designing sports that both increase environmental health and human health is really, so the project that we were trying to do, that I'd given these guys to design, but they got nowhere with it, was to do a bow and arrow to shoot windows, not to break the windows, but to shoot onto the windows a small ribbon that would stick there and then be a wind visualization, but also detract the birds from bird strikes, right? So I've been doing this on windows where you use the put ribbons on to create a sense of the wind mixing and a sense of the invisible fluid regime that is air. And it's wondrous and it's mesmerizing and it's lovely. And at Christmas time, it's a great way to decorate windows, which is also when birds migrating and when birds are striking windows at a terrible rate. But most of the windows that we care about are actually far beyond something we can stick out our office window, and which is why this new sport that we're developing is going out and shooting windows with these little ribbons, which of course doesn't require accuracy. Designs arrow, so this actually is an inverted. Do you know the molecular way in which geckos bind to windows? It's actually it's a kind of mechanical ionic bond, not a it's not about the chemistry of putting a fluid in. So it's these little nanotech microfabricated silicon levers, basically. So it means that we can design an arrowhead that has aerodynamics without having gunk on it. And then when it gets to the window, when it gets to a hard surface, it just kind of blooms like a flower and sticks on and stays there for the migration season to deflect birds. Anyway, so this was this lovely new sport that we were just trying to develop as a paradigm to introduce people to this idea that A, we can redesign sports, B, to introduce people to archery in, which obviously archery always makes reference to a long human history of, but without doing the neo-tribal reperformance stuff, and adapting it to a contemporary urban, issue. So anyway, so that's one thing. I would love to get your advice on how we could produce a few. What way could we, draw on your expertise with bow and arrow design to make a bow and make a, that
You probably do it with a composite arrow, so that from part it holds the ribbon that will open. So you don't, the arrow will fall down, but the projectile, what is in front, the ribbon, will stay in the window.
I see.
So you can make it into a little cup, a little fork, a little, and the bows, it can be lighter. In fact, it doesn't need to be heavy.
Right.
In fact, a lighter arrow, a lighter bow, have a greater casting distance because it stores more kinetic force in relation to the power. So people say that 50-pound bow can really cast farther than a 100-pound bow because the arrow, 100-pound bow, is so heavy that it doesn't have the force than a lighter bow and lighter arrow would have.
Interesting. That's the same is true for when we're doing vibration attenuation in bridges and structures. We want to design it light and stiff to A, drive up the resonant frequency, and B, maximize the amount of the same thing, because we're not trying to maximize the energy. We're trying to. That's true. Anyway, this is one example of a project that is playful and convivial and introductory, but your nomination to the board of as Doctors Without Disciplinary Borders, your advisory position is to help us respond to, think about some projects that we've started to develop and adapt to others. So if you could just for the record say, ideas about if we take this campus and to some extent New London as an object of analysis, how could we inform its transformation through the indigenous knowledges and systems, mutualistic systems design that we can learn from other forms of knowledge.
That's a good question. I think the best way is not just reading about it, but also trying to replicate it, trying to do it. So whatever it was called, the participant observation, or archaeological experimental archaeology.
That's actually interesting.
So trying to really experiment with ancient technology or dying technology. The funniest thing is like I've been hired by the local tribe to teach them how to make those arrows because this is lost knowledge.
Is this Pequot?
The Piqua.
Yeah?
Yeah, so Jason invite, you probably know Jason Mancini.
Jesse, who runs the museum.
The director of the museum.
I've met him, but I work directly with the young Pequot.
Okay.
In fact, they approached me, which is interesting, and said, "We kind of like what you're doing," and to the larger project that I have with them, but I'm still kind of figuring out what to do. And I think this exhibition is in fact the first step in it.
Yeah.
Is I mean, they will be. There's 5 of them that will be part of this advisory panel as well.
Okay.
Because I think it's more interesting to get their advice on how we should redesign Connecticut College in New London than to get, academic advice on how they should redesign. In the same way that they're asking you to teach them. So have you developed a curricula on this yet, or would you, or can we host a workshop on it here?
I offer workshops of
Here.
making those arrows.
Yeah, on Connecticut College or at the Pequot
At
Museum?
Connecticut College, through the Britain, through my classes. Oh, it's a lot of work because I tend to be I'm perfectionist. That's my problem. I'm always looking for the perfect bowl, which requires a really good piece of wood,
Right.
which is properly seasoned, and also a very good eye to make a bowl. Like this is my own design, and you have to have this similar thickness to make a limb to bend properly. Always, if one section is too thin, they'll develop into a hinge, and that's where the crystals, the cracks in the wood would break. So you have to have a really good eye. In fact, I used to use a cat paper, not anymore, because I developed an eye making over 500 balls for the last 28 years. And I was looking for the perfect ball, so it's like one is strong, light, and fast. So, but
we could go on forever. Yes, I know, it's true.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go in like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You have to leave.
Yeah, we have to keep talking. That is the thing. We've got some images we've initiated. I really want to figure out. So, what are you teaching this semester?
I'm teaching a first-year seminar on the ethnobotany of archery, plants as projectiles, and I show the students how to make
Plants as
arrows.
projectiles?
And arrows. So,
Yeah.
and use the local materials. Like here, one of the arrows I made, I tend to make my favorite arrows are.
But have you done engineering around this as well?
I'm working on those the arrows. That's viburnum recognitum. It's called
Really?
arrow wood, and to me is as light as cedar and as hard as ash. So it has the two properties. So it has to be very light and
Light as cedar and strong as ash.
yeah, but it weights like cedar and has the strength of ash. It's not heavy as ash. So, and this is one of my hunting arrows. So, and then I use turkey feathers from local turkeys I hunted, and then deer sinew, the tendons of the back of the deer, to bind the feathers. So I chose to how to do this.
And how do you, and the slits? I see.
I split the feather by hand, like you split baskets. You have to maintain the same angle to maintain the same thicknesses. So I do it by hand. So most people cut it, but I prefer to split it. And that's the traditional or indigenous way to do it. Because then you don't have too much of the quill of the feather. So it makes are very straight, fast arrow. Beds. And I show students, we did cut a tree and split it, and then there's not enough time. One time I taught my seminar on Southern New England ethnobotany, and I had 90 students, and each had to do a project, and that took so much more time to do.
Yeah.
Because some students did baskets, others did balls out of pearls, 60 bows and arrows, one did a paddle, and I had to do almost half the work or more.
So ethnobotany really, if the definition
is the relationship of people to plant the world.
right,
Because
but
you cannot just say use.
right,
It's the spiritual value. It's also the ecological function.
but it's even more engineering with because baskets and arrows. I mean, they're about performance.
Yeah.
They're less about making a poultice, and which is about the chemistry of plants, which is another area of knowledge, but it's different from the kind of performance-oriented engineering with natural systems.
Yeah,
That's what.
it is a form of engineering indeed. I tell students that it's a sophisticated knowledge. It's not that simple. Most people realize making a bow and arrow can be done in a few hours. You can do it. It's not a performance as well.
Right.
As in a bow that you put 100 hours and careful attention. So,
Okay.
If you want to catch Josh, 10 minutes with him.
Okay.
I've got to stop here, so
Yes,
maybe
we-
you Josh.
There's so much
Yeah.
interesting stuff to talk about. It's
Yeah.
crazy. It's like,
No, I
feel
knew that.
very,
I knew Natalie after seeing that he's here at TEDx.
yeah,
I love
yeah,
what she has done.
yeah,
Just talking, because it's on my house.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like I would like to. In fact, I would like to show her TEDx talk.
Well, first
in
of
my
all,
environmental anthropology
well,
class.
you have a better option, which is having them attend the keynote here,
Yeah,
which is, we have the time and date for that already, so
yeah,
I can tell you that.
yeah. So,
That's gonna be on Friday, so in your classes. It's like Friday at 9:30. It'll be, I believe it's the 25th. It's like the last Friday. That's when we have the symposium.
this is awesome.
Yeah, so she's the keynote speaker for the symposium. And then she's doing the exhibition.
My classes are on Friday. I have to class on Friday, so
Oh, perfect.
1:09 and 1 at
Oh, amazing.
11:50.
Yeah, so great remember.
I have to great. Come here, fantastic. So, I'm sorry, Josh, I was taking your time. So,
Quite all right. I know how difficult it is to step away from you.
no.
And of course, you brought toys.
Yeah,
How are you?
very good.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Are you doing anything for the break? You getting away?
Yeah, I was wanting a beer, but I lost it. I shot it. This
Oh.
morning. I couldn't find it. So,
Yeah.
been trying to get enough space for the rest of the year. And I was doing some jerky for my kids.
Okay.
I love having some jerky, so they always ask me, so I was like, I need another beer to make more.
Sure. Yeah.
So better. I think I'm done. That's. I should let you sit down now in the trunk.
Oh, no worries.
That's your turn.
I've only got a few.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
Yes.
I missed,
I saw you were in there earlier.
yes, I didn't
Fine.
get the email until after I was already booked up.
Oh, so you're not the only one.
No, so I'm still
I saw the email one time. Oh, good. I have a 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
My time was taken by God. All right. So,
this I think is mine. So, kind of have that here. We're gonna do the cards on Josh.
I can take the green
Are
off.
you around for,
yeah, over here. My own senior material.
can we,
Whatever you want.
Because I need to listen first a little more.
yeah,
But yeah, I will be more than happy to share. So.
But you aren't teaching this semester, or you
Yeah, I'm
are?
teaching,
You're
yeah.
on sabbatical this
No,
semester
no,
or
no,
next
no.
semester?
No, no, I'm teaching both. I'll have 3 courses in the spring. One is environmental anthropology. So, and I was looking for new topics, so.
Are there little legs in that?
This one there is.
Oh, so
Different
hermit
kinds.
crab. We have a lot in the
Oh,
beach.
that's great.
But we don't like to be out of the water.
I can see the legs.
Down here?
Yeah,
Yeah?
big, really nice ones.
Yeah, well, that's why I got these ones. The only native local guy. I'm petting the, the other ones. So just stay very still.
Okay.
But we'll also get them choosing different shells. Which I think is-
Yeah, send me a text or email.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to continue our conversation.
Are you going out again sometime to get the? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to look for the best. I'm looking for proper conditions, like last night was perfect, so this morning.
Right.
For the rain. Now I'm waiting for after the rain, so because that's when the years of feet more intense.
I got a big. Would you be happier?
Yeah, you want me to?
Yeah, actually, just hold him on your nose. And usually it comes out and wraps himself up.
Okay.
Whoa. I don't have the shoulders again.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Look.
They're so incredibly dexterous. You just jumped, slipped off as I was saying, boasting about how dexterous you were and how you really slipped.
No, you want to go to
Oh, sorry, big guy.
Oh, you have mealworms too. Crickets.
Do you think this guy will hold on?
He should, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's got a good grip.
Now I've said that. Oh, sorry.
Nope, it's quite all right.
Yeah, I wonder if he.
This guy does not want to grab onto my nose. No, no.
Okay, Mars, I've got this guy hanging on his ear, which is quite nice.
Okay. That's good.
So Josh, the update is to talk about what I've been learning so far about the
Maybe just hold it, like somehow in your hand, but like fit with your, like out. So, well, sort of like more like that, I guess. I don't know, like cup it. Something.
Can do it with my left hand.
Yeah, that's good. Maybe closer to your face, maybe a little closer.
I just prefer him to do exactly this thing, but on his face.
Oh, okay.
So it's a little bit more. I'm sorry to bring your hairstyle.
Oh, it's. I don't think you can make it worse. Don't worry.
He's really clever. See if you can do your hair. Maybe he can do your beard. Bend you over.
Sure.
That's good.
Oh, sorry, big guy. I'm so sorry. So now this guy is moving. Yes. Hello.
It's an
Okay,
alarm
they're both
clock.
okay.
What if they're just on his green? If he pulls his green vest up,
Yeah,
like tall, and then put them on the vest.
this way.
I mean, it was kind of good on the ear. I definitely got some.
Have two hands on his,
Yeah.
if you put those two on the other side, hold the other side, and then we're gonna pull away as soon as they come out. Yeah. Maybe. Okay, so we met with, I'm forgetting the name of this, deputy head of IPS this morning. Information technology somehow.
Oh, Jean?
Jean
Yes.
has a solar charged electric vehicle.
Yes.
And this home is all solar powered.
Yes.
And is very keen in solar, potentially solar powering the new data center. And went through, she was involved in outside of campus work.
Yes.
I'd also like to, she told me about that she's been working with you to get this solar charging stations on campus potentially. And that's not quite as straightforward as she thinks it should be.
Nothing is.
Which is, why is that? It seems like there's an incentive program there to do it. Why is that not yet done?
All right.
I'm gonna bring this guy in. He's going up and down, he's going through. What about
You tilt your head back a little slightly.
So yeah, what is the block?
Bully base.
Okay, let's give them a rest.
Yeah.
We'll do one at a time.
That's sitting in his eye, or is that just not a good thing?
Well, yeah,
I'm just thinking it's the hair. I wouldn't really.
put your head back.
You close, no,
You
like
close your
yeah,
eyes.
close, yeah. And then in one eye.
Yeah, when I close it, maybe we lie down to do this.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna try a picture like that.
So, could we exhibit a proposed solar awning powered charging station for campus?
Like actually propose it? You can propose anything you want.
Yeah, but proposing it in this program to, in the way that we can give it our best effort as reliable, but that already has some existing programs, incentives, and interest to build on what I think you and Jean have already discussed, right?
Sure.
And to include that. Actually, open this eye and that eye closed. So what do you think the chances are of getting it? And what do you think the chances are of, what do you think is becoming whatever slowing factors or resistance.
Well, having faculty support will certainly help.
Okay.
Also having the Hammerman Center behind you, certainly would be helpful. It's really just our facility staff for the listeners, which things that are
Great job.
So it's not that it's not possible.
So, wow, he's really hung on to that. The change, the Harriman changes.
I'm glad I didn't.
Okay. Yes, I'm glad you didn't say it. I think that's good, yeah?
Yeah.
Good, yeah? Okay, so just, where do you want me to do? Ow, okay. Inviting me to say, enough already. Yeah, we've got a couple minutes. So, again, maybe we come back to this idea that we left last time was about how to stage the right debate with someone from facilities, someone from student body, someone from faculty on the same team. Oh yeah.
I mean, and it could be the discussion point could be about the
It's okay. Solar awning.
yeah, the solar awning and
Yeah. I thought it was down there.
Really?
Yeah.
Since yours is there? Here, you want to sit? You can play it. You want to sit? So I just sit.
No, okay. I actually really want some tea. Did tea get made?
No, it's
There's that, can you put that cup here? Throw in the tea bag and the hot water, please. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
That tea cup is mine.
It's
And-
it's a latte?
Yeah. Yes, if you can just throw in the tea bag and the hot water as is, that's fine. Yeah. I showed her the solar awning thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't, I don't think, didn't have quite enough time to really
Sure.
explain it. But yeah, she's super articulate about solar, works here now, it's viable, we can do a lot with it.
Mm-hmm.
Is open to the data center being that.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we, in the first week, I mean, because it seems like this one's kind of right to go, right? You've got you'll have some preliminary solar vendors.
Oh yeah.
Propositions.
Yep. On the 4th of January.
Yeah. So in the first week of the exhibition, which will be the first week the students are back,
Mm-hmm.
we could recruit a couple of students to have a two or three-sided thing that there's something about this guy having been killed here and about seizing this moment to redesign transportation systems. That seems important or opportune or not opportunistic, but seems like there's got to be forms within which this unnecessary tragic death can be acknowledged and that it can have inform some change. So if we have this debate on, do electric vehicles make things safer? Then, that's not necessarily the case.
Mhm.
I don't know quite how to do it. But safety as in health
Mhm.
is this moment of Dieselgate
Mhm.
that I think I mentioned to you.
Mhm.
I don't quite know how to say it, but if we have you were going to think about how to best do it. If we call it a rap battle, it's probably that's too oppositional, potentially.
Possibly, but if done in good faith, you know, like we talked about, I think having the same type of people on each side would make
Right.
it easier. So that it's not just facilities on one side and
Right.
everyone else on the other, you know, to specifically have.
No, that was mine to drink time. That was mine, and you finished yours.
I didn't finish mine. I'm sorry. I'm just dehydrated. Thank you. I'm very dehydrated and I'm all day. So if we did it in, if we had students assigned to work, if we recruited a couple of your students to say, it's not like we're trying to make them understudies. We're trying to make them understand the position of the maintenance people, of why they wouldn't be interested in doing it. I mean, this is just, it is exactly the problem that I face at NYU, which is we know why they shouldn't, because it's not their job and it makes extra work and it introduces all these unknowns that they're responsible for, and then and it doesn't. I just sort of want to know how to circumvent around that.
I mean, the way that I would approach it, and you know, this is why I'm much more keen on this idea of holistic sustainability and not just the traditional environmentalism,
right?
Is because it takes into account those issues, right? Is they would say they don't have the skills to maintain whatever it is that we would be building, right? Solar awning or whatever, right? So if the project of the solar awning came with training about what solar is, how solar functions, and that our, I don't know, if maybe our electricians were the ones who are most qualified to deal with that to begin with, then get a certificate at the end, right? They actually increase their own knowledge, right? They are gaining something as a benefit, right? And then they are qualified, to maintain that, right? So one of the issues that we have here is sort of the traditional unfunded mandate, you know, which is like, it's typical, right? So we get these new pieces of equipment, whether it's our geothermal field or our new science center, and the technology is beyond the training of the people that we have here. And it's not because they're stupid. They're brilliant at what they do. It's just, that's the cutting edge technology. And if you haven't been recently trained.
And they didn't design it, they didn't build it, they don't have any particular inside knowledge of it. They're just left holding the baby. Which is,
so if there was a more inclusive process that led us to a solar awning or what have you, I think that would be a much more sustainable way to.
So one is, I mean, this issue with the geothermal, I asked Derek Turner about it, and Rebecca, Jessica, the Arboretum person.
Oh, Maggie.
I think Rebecca. She said there's a geology professor. And this idea that this next geothermal field is just up here, right?
Yes, yeah, it's the top of the green right out here.
Which means that there's more than one borehole in there, or there's several, or what is it, what do they have to maintain?
Well, they don't have to maintain anything in the actual loops,
Right.
but all of the internal mechanics that circulate the glycol substance that's in there.
So it's glycol that's the thermal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of
absorbs
fluid, yeah.
absorbs heat more readily. Yeah.
Interesting.
And the real issue to the geothermal is not necessarily that it's a very complicated system, because it's really a pump, and it's a simple pump that just keeps the glycol moving. It's the fact that it's a science center. It's a very energy intensive building. We have a greenhouse connected to it, and trying to balance the heating needs with a new system that they're not accustomed to has been very challenging.
Right.
So they're not, and I don't know what the current status is, but they were having a very tough time meeting the heating requirements, specifically in the greenhouse. They had to install additional heating implements to be able to maintain the heat necessary to keep some of the plants alive.
So maybe the first thing is a report on geothermal, the backstory, right? Or, the making of, or
right.
How's it going? Or, what the problems and challenges of geothermal, or some sort of, we actually have them come in and discuss, because I'd love to hear all of these challenges, because it's an idealized and celebrated, and it seems like such a great, low maintenance system. So maybe it's first and foremost a forum where we have, and you've probably had these informally, of what are the problems with this current system.
Sure.
But to make that into, if we put it in the exhibition and make it part of a series of actual energy transformation projects, chapter 1.
Sure.
Geothermal, we've installed it. Now what?
Right. And I think, it's my opinion, but it's not that geothermal is a bad technology. I just think it was inappropriately used for a science building.
Right.
I think if we had done that same system for one of the residence halls that are right out here as well, we wouldn't be having a problem, because the heating demands of a residence hall are so much lower.
And consistent,
and consistent, and absolutely.
And you don't have
heating and cooling.
Yeah.
So
we know that at night it has to be approximately this temperature.
Right.
That in itself is a really good lesson. But what do we do with that as a lesson? Being able to have the maintenance crew say that, I think is useful. But then how do we say, okay, well, can the same geothermal field serve a residential hall? Is that, or is it going to be much more expensive?
To use the same wells?
To use the same
wells.
wells.
My goodness, I have no idea.
I was going to grab the name of the geothermal drilling company from you, but that might be something.
Sure.
I can ask them.
I was derailed by recent events.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear.
He was close.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I was his host parent here.
Oh.
So.
It's horrible anyway, whether you were his host parent or not. So awful.
So.
I frankly, what's the immediate response, right? With this exhibition. That demands, this tragedy demands a response, many responses, repeated responses, constant. And not memorialization, right? Not a dumb kind of sentimental.
Right.
It sounds like he was just creative and involved.
Absolutely.
Sounds like it would have been great to work with.
Oh, he would have. He would have. My apologies, but I do need to get to another meeting.
Okay.
Um,
So, okay, so I'll get the, I'll do a follow-up call with the two of them and ask some questions. I think,
Okay.
actually, if we have a series of discussions
Sure.
about energy transformations on campus,
Mhm.
and current projects that you're involved with maintenance is involved in, and we have one a week, one discussion a week, maybe we'll find out a lunchtime thing, we'll serve some food with it,
Sure.
we'll make it into
Is it like small rental or do you?
something I'd like to actually broadcast
Mhm.
to other college campuses. That's what it is. It's actually a report out as well, because it's not just to the local community. That information is useful about using
Sure.
geothermal to do a science building. Probably not the first. But this idea also of developing a credential, I think that's also interesting. So let's keep going on that.
Okay.
You know, where at the end of this exhibition, the maintenance people who are dealing with this have a systems transformation badge that recognizes the additional work, time, thoughtfulness, work practices that adaptations are required. I think that sounds good, yeah? Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. My apologies for not coming earlier.
No, that's fine, that's fine. Thank you so much for coming in. Sorry to hear your just trauma, just nothing
Yeah.
sort of tragic tragedy.
I think the train thing is I have to get out of New Haven in
Yeah.
like 45 minutes. Well, it depends on what time.
What to say, what to do.
Keep moving.
Well, we used to get the Amtrak in advance and I didn't know, or then you have to get a refund, I didn't know what time it would be.
No problem.
Well, if you're sure, otherwise I think our train is fine. Okay, okay.
That is very noble.
That's very.
You don't want to disrupt.
So, I have to go learn about my boss. Oh, yeah? Okay. Okay. She's on the search committee. I got some clients that you want a post picture or a picture of your dog.
Yeah.
We're trading here for secrets, for trade secrets. Okay, okay. Yeah. Yeah, let me know. Okay.
And if, anything you talk about.
Can the dogs go with the tarantula in this space? That's where I would have drawn the line.
Yes.
I'm good with a lot of things, but.
It's actually not poisonous, right?
Yeah, it is.
That's like furry.
Well, I have the list of things that we talked about the last time.
Yeah.
That I'm going to follow up on.
Yeah. But I'm super excited about Jean, to have her on side and this idea that she's super keen to.
We never looked at Jim.
You're not surprised. Those facilities, guys. Oh, we know they're done. All right. It's good to see you again.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, you too. Do some happy things. And, put some space between recent events. All right. Safe travels, everybody.
Bye.
So, you know, probably the break.
No, let's keep going.
Yeah, all right. Because Brian
Yes.
is here for a limited time. So we can figure figure out, because here's the deal, all the glass stuff has to be ordered basically tomorrow morning, otherwise we won't. So we have to like go through it.
Let's quickly go through the images.
And we need to do a couple things with it. One is like sort of spend a while today while you were shooting, but thinking about the layout and talk with Niels a bit. So the main, I guess,
Did you go for the walls?
No, those are the ones that I'm going to use. But just so you know what we thought about assembly space is these ones seem like right now they're just. Yeah.
I'm getting it. Just a second.
So these still seems like they have the least like actual stuff on them right now, right? Like, because the frill trade is actually the print you wanted here, right? Because we were trying to rethink this central space for a couple of reasons. One is we really did like the original idea for the tables in here, and I think if you're selling the products here, and if you have the poster here, you don't also need the table. Like, it's actually nice to lead. This is like a lead in, and then it shows up with another part of the show too. It doesn't have to be like separated into like all different stuff on there.
Yeah.
And it would just be also simpler construction and budget wise, because then you can make a single layer table instead of like the box with things inside it and all that. So
The single layer table, could we do is double like glass?
So like we were just talking about.
For the manufacturing, the single, no, just a single one.
Yeah.
I mean, but if it's for doing a workshop on it, isn't it better to do a single layer of,
The temper glass, yeah, it's twice the strength, so.
Can we talk a little bit and you sit here, Brian?
We're seizing the opportunity.
Oh, boy.
Because and just this, bring this, the table design that you've done with the 2 X's, which doesn't have the, thank you, yeah. Doesn't have the extra layers on it.
So.
But you know this, so just on the tables. So we did a couple of versions.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you want the chair? Yes.
Yes. Please,
Yeah.
Chair.
It's just Hey, Chad. How's it going? Oh, here's Neil.
All right. Ready for a break?
Yeah.
Okay. Just leave it. Quick drawing. Extra layers to it.
Yeah.
So the extra layers be since it's on top?
I think it's a little bit less, but she talked about shelves, but
Okay.
But these tables, this table, the idea is to put the access on the table standing, and to fix it.
So these, in order for these to stand, they're gonna need some kind
Yay,
of
Chad!
right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
definitely.
Can we put a mealworm on your nose?
Sure.
They,
The other one.
they,
Let's go back to those days I managed a pet shop.
there was? Really? Oh, you have done everything in charming, including do,
You gonna say?
once we've got his legs in your toes.
Mm-hmm.
The peak moment was when
Oh, close.
big frogs decided to.
You want me to put my head back?
She was very chill about it.
we go.
Good to go?
Oh. Like my sweater.
They were still there yesterday when I.
He's my friend.
So slammed. I have not been
You know
able
what I'm gonna do?
Yeah.
to think about it, but so we might still have I can try and talk to them tomorrow probably and see if.
That would be great.
Yeah.
If, do you need to like shoot your under email or something?
That wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was also. The last few days.
The super ones.
Oh.
Now, if
Ready?
we can put his ear.
Yeah, I got sick
all the
at
way
the end of
back,
last week with a
actually.
cold, and I just throwing a wrench into
Further.
all the stuff I've been trying to
Further back?
hurry and finish up. But, yeah,
Further forward?
Chin up further.
Sure.
And Niels, can you get this other, while he's talking, while you're talking to him about the bike thing?
Yeah.
That one.
So just so you know.
Very passive. Can you try and get this above his other eyebrow?
Okay.
Both?
I can.
We're thinking of doing like
Just hold it up there.
basically getting enough, I mean, what is.
Oh.
Sorry, and you don't seem to get concussion, which is good.
Is on the two short ends of the.
Or not immediately anyway.
Okay.
Sorry, big guy. Yeah, and have them
Oh,
on the railings over there.
You okay?
Those railings on both sides where you come in.
Okay.
And they were an older workshop where students can do, make one to take home.
Yeah.
Okay, 1, 2.
No, good job.
Why? He's very good at holding onto my finger.
That's the plan.
Might be all the metal dust.
Yeah, it's, you've got a machine shop.
We didn't do
Nope.
like honey or something like that.
I know, yeah, a little bit, and just stick them.
That's right,
Yeah,
you suggested honey.
before too long, so.
All right. So Natalie, Chad is actually here only for a few minutes.
Okay.
So if you want to
Okay.
both touch base on some things and
Okay, Chad.
maybe put a bug on his face.
Yeah.
Or
Chad, come over here and Brian, we'll try and wrangle these. I know this is not your genus or.
That's all right.
But, we're gonna do this.
I've been crossing.
No,
You know.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just trying to figure out what we actually kind of have.
Adapt.
So we just need to find out about really the tables. We have
Natalie, does it
the
matter where
larger
you put
pieces of
the
glass.
worms gonna be together or no?
No, it doesn't matter. Make it work. Okay. This is gonna get ticklish.
Starting to come out.
So the formal discussion we're supposed to be having in 3 minutes is,
Right.
how can your expertise apply to, the idea that we, can use the college campus as, for experimenting with how we can radically transform our relationships and natural systems.
Yeah.
In a participatory way, with, convivial opportunities. And I've got a few exhibits and projects I'd like to talk through and get your comments on specifically, but first and foremost, more generally, ideas that you have and care about for transforming the local urban environment. To get that on for the recording.
Yeah.
Actually, can you see if you can hold them up on your nose and have the help balance in some way? Beautiful. The coloring is the same, matches your hair.
That's good.
Good?
One more. Good.
Okay, you can take your neck back. Thank you, big guy. So yeah, how can we draw on your expertise as a doctor without disciplinary borders to address the local environmental challenges that are of course shared by all of us everywhere?
Well, I think, I don't know, I mean, I guess one thing that I love to do with my students is to get them out there and actually experiencing the world. I think that's really important. And I would love to see that broader, right? So my botany students, I take them out there and they're used to it, right? But how can we kind of get people to connect a little bit more personally?
Like every student.
Every student, yeah.
And that would seem feasible in the college campus that is most kind of weighted towards an arboretum of all college campuses, I think. The most arboretumized college campus, that has a tree as its icon, that is in the middle of the kind of verdant, obscenely green New England kind of context, in this kind of very complex, salt marsh, aquatic, woodlands, kind of glacial, it's a very complex ecosystem around here, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So is that why it's a great kind of field research, kind of good place to get people out there, is because you have?
I think so. I mean, I think that's one of the things that really attracted me here, is that we have right here accessible, places where, we can take the students out there, we can experience it, whether formally or informally. But, I just remember at some other schools where we have to get in a van and drive for, half an hour to go see the natural world, or at least on a broad scale, right? I mean, obviously you can find things wherever you are, even if it's in New York City, right? There's the world there. But it's interesting because I have lots of conversations with students. They're like, oh, I wish I got out in the Arboretum more. Or, my advisees, it's like, have you ever been out in the Arboretum? No, I haven't made it out there yet. I've been here for a semester or a year. So I'm not sure exactly what the solution is, but that's one thing that I love being out, although I don't get out as much as I would love to.
Didn't we talk about this a little bit, right? There's two projects that we have to exhibit. One is a great participatory pollinator project. Where and the lab books, did we talk through the lab book sketchbooks?
Yeah, we did. We did talk a little bit about that.
This machine is a little bit slow, that's what it is. Because the classes you're teaching this semester are...
I'm teaching plant ecology, is what I'm teaching in the spring semester. So we talked about if we could work out something with the phenology clock. I think the notebook books is a possibility as well.
Yeah. I mean, this idea of broadening, this where we have some sector and each of the students nominates the, whatever plants that they observe when it buds out, when it blooms.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much that's going to happen during February.
Right.
But there is something, yeah? Is it? Yeah, what can we observe in February? What outdoor activity in February is viable? Or is it preparatory, right? About, I mean, dormancy is interesting to observe, right?
Right.
Where are there any green buds? How do you tell the difference between a tree that is dead and one that is dormant, right?
Yeah.
How do you,
Yeah, I'm trying to think, because I mean there are a few things. I mean, for example, you start to get skunk cabbage starts to bloom really early on, because that actually produces its own heat, right? So it'll sometimes come when there's still snow around, and we'll melt the snow around it because it produces heat in its flower. So that's one of the earliest ones, and that could happen in February.
skunk cabbage?
Yeah.
Really? We were talking about using some additional geothermal heat from the science building to kind of divert some of it into the root bed to see if we could change the, the greenhouse effect unenclosed, just by warming the root bed. How that we have one little patch that's warmed, and we have a row of plants. How does that change the blooming schedule of that, the couple that are in the patch or something? Setting up a little observation. Is there skunk cabbage or planted around?
So skunk cabbage is mostly a wetland plant, so I don't think we have it planted anywhere, but there's plenty in the Arboretum. I might be able to, I don't know, I haven't ever tried to transplant it, but it might be possible to do something with it.
The idea that it produces warmth because it's got some sort of decomposition process going on. What is it? How does it produce warmth?
Well, so there's a whole group of plants that does this in their flowers. Some of them, the warmth is primarily to be able to attract pollinators at a certain time of year. Skunk cabbage, I'd have to look up and see exactly why it produces warmth. But some of them attract, so some of them are replicating rotting meat. So they have this smell, the flower has a smell, but it also has the heat that gets produced by rotting carcass, right? So to authentically attract the flies that pollinate it, it has to have that heat. So that the flies think that it's a carcass, right? So that's the family that skunk cabbage comes from. It also has a smell, right? So
right. But what about, that's what they say about the pawpaw, the native North American pawpaw, that its flowers smell like rotten meat.
Right.
I haven't smelled them, and I'm skeptical that they do smell like rotten meat, but I'm not a pollinator.
Yeah.
So, have you smelled them?
I haven't smelled those ones. I have smelled some other flowers that smell pretty much like, maybe not exactly, but they smell really, really bad, like rotting.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so interesting. So,
I'm not sure. I'm trying to think what else there might be. February is really early.
It is really early. Okay, but we could use your class. When does it meet?
It meets Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then on Tuesday afternoons.
Okay, with Derek Turner's class.
Mm-hmm.
This great participatory pollinator project is to look at if we can use pollinators as the lever arm of biodiversity, right? That if we can just lift the predation pressure, exploit the R strategy, create resource-rich, intensified habitat for then. So all of these particular pollinators that we have, and in fact the adults aren't pollinators, and I don't. These ones that are the satin letters that we have a local breeder. Well, he's in New Jersey and Maine,
Mm-hmm.
so we have. We have the moon moths, Polyphemus, and Promethea,
Mm-hmm.
And they are very charismatic, right?
Yeah.
And the idea that we could have your maybe Derek's students and or your students raising these guys, understanding what are the host plants, what are the nectar plants, where what you'd have to do to design a luxury lifestyle for lunar moths, because the Arboretum people, what's her name, that associate director, Rebecca, Jennifer, Maggie.
Oh, Maggie Redfern, yeah.
Maggie said that she saw a lunar moth in the Arboretum
Okay.
just a couple of months ago for the first time, And who's the director?
Glenn,
Glenn said he had never seen one before. So that to me is a magic fairy dust to say that we should perhaps think about, they are charismatic.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we only do, but they're so charismatic.
Yeah, right.
So hard not to. And I don't know the phenological interactions, but I know that adults have no mouth parts and aren't pollinators, therefore, and not. But there's other kind of mapping out the mutualistic system. So I just kind of, if we had if I could run by you in the next week or two, if you're around, or 3, how we could stage this so that we take some of these extraordinarily gorgeous, northeastern moths that we know have been prevalent around here, could be prevalent around it. Think about what it would take to make, some strategic additional plantings and have the students raise them, plant some in and around the campus, basically, to see if we can then have an impact on the local population by just focusing on these, what would be the 10-year impact of producing 5,000 of these moths that wouldn't have otherwise been here in terms of survivorship of fledglings in spring, the amphibians that are critically dependent on these insectivorous resources, on plant reproduction cycles over the, if we just increase that by, what, if we could just map out the rippling effects that one small pollinator, using the pollinator idea. I mean, that would be great. I mean, to some extent, to how the students could productively interact without putting them to critical path.
Yeah, I think something like that could work. I mean, we'll talk about pollination and pollination ecology in the class. I can make sure we time that so that we're learning about it and studying some of the, the research that's going on that might help support that kind of a project. So I think.
Is that, do you know that literature fairly well? I mean, do you know if there's any literature, because I've just been writing this up this summer about using the Great Participatory Pollinator Project. I mean, mathematically it works, right? The population models work. Politically, can it work, right? With many people thinking that we can't really design or interfere with natural systems, right?
Yeah.
That's a big block that we have to.
Well, that's a really interesting one. I think it's, it's really kind of coming to the forefront right now with climate change, because probably we're either going to not do anything and these species are going to go extinct, or we're going to start moving them around and putting them in places. And
right.
So I think we're going to be faced with a choice of.
Right. That we are faced with this idea and calling this the Anthropocene. We're designing it whether we like it or not. Right. Can we design it productively? I think is the kind of the meta question that we're asking. And if so, what can we do as a college campus with a big fat arboretum? And nominally, Connecticut College, I can't think of a better campus that I know of that would be better positioned to experiment with this, right?
Yeah.
Just because it's a fragment, but it's a big fragment.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have that literature on the top of my head, but I can explore a little bit.
And how much do you know about the local botany? I mean, how much do you use this for your own research? Is it?
I do use for my own research. I mean, my research is focused on invasive species, so
Yeah.
I mean, I have some knowledge of the plant community as a whole, and more knowledge about certain species, and certainly how invasive species are impacting the ecosystem. So yeah, I mean, I do work out in the Arboretum. I do field work there. I do in other areas here in southeastern Connecticut as well. So,
but it's not really your primary site of investigation because it's got less invasives than other disturbed. Because you focus more on disturbed urban ecosystems, right?
So that has not been my research focus. That's an area that from teaching perspective, I'm really interested in teaching about. My research it's been shifting from really natural areas to kind of more disturbed systems. But I would say, I mean, my primary research sites now are probably the Arboretum, then a couple other natural areas around here. So yeah, so I mean, I'm relatively familiar with this
And
area.
salt marshes or woodlands or?
Mostly woodlands, although I do have interest in salt marshes and have done a little bit. That I don't have a lot of experience, but I've have a little bit. I certainly take my classes into the salt marshes and
right, because the skipper moths and the dune grasses and the the issues to do with Australis, Phragmites australis. Yeah. What's the situation with Phragmites around here?
Well, I mean, it's problematic. There is a fair amount of, I mean, the Department of Energy and Environmental Conservation is doing a fair amount of spraying in certain areas with herbicides. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So that's.
I'd like to do a calculation of what Phragmites as a biofuel, because it's so lignin rich, lignocellulosic, and that just seems like a better response.
Yeah.
I'd also like to do some reconstruction because Phragmites is what all sorts of things are made out of. The thatch roofs.
Yeah, right.
Phragmites, which I only discovered a year or so ago, which I was very excited by.
Phragmites is really fascinating because also, I mean, it's native to this area.
It is native.
But the genotype that's here is a European one, at least mostly.
Is it European? I thought, why is it Australis? I thought it was the one kind of payback that the Australians had on the rest of the world invading.
Yeah, so it's I mean, the species occurs most places in the world, but recent genetic work actually based out of Yale here has shown that the European genotype has been spreading to most parts of North America. And
that's the thatch roof type then. Yeah. That's the one that's been used in. Wow.
And you can still find some of the native genotypes here, although they're really hard to distinguish. They flower at slightly different times and they look slightly different, but the vast majority of what we have now is the European genotype or a mix of them, right? So, but
they hybridize or?
Well, so.
And who did the work at Yale?
Kristen Saltonstall is her name.
The phenology, that would be great then to do a shoreline phenology of the phenological.
Yeah, so I'd have to look and see. I know that they can hybridize. That is, if you actually pollinate them, they will hybridize. But they are offset mostly, and so I'm not sure how much evidence there is of direct hybridization in the field. But it's certainly genetically possible that they can hybridize. And I'd be surprised if there's not some hybridization going on, just because of the amount of Phragmites that's out there. But yeah, I mean, I think phenology with Phragmites would be really interesting to look at for that reason.
But also, what do you think about designing local industries around that then, right? So if we did for instance, a thatch roof, because it's so yieldy, sentimental, kind of Cape Coddy. You could play into a lot of things.
I mean, I like the idea of using invasive species and trying to harvest them, for a use
Use
of,
their biological capacity for their abundance, using their abundance for their abundance.
Right.
Which is,
Because I mean, in some cases, I mean, we're not going to completely remove Phragmites from the invasive Phragmites. It's just not going to happen.
Do you also look at Japanese knotweed around this area?
We have a lot of Japanese knotweed, yeah.
Is that something you've worked with?
I have done some work with Japanese knotweed, yeah.
Because, apparently that's one of the great sources of resveratrol, better, cheaper than red wine extract.
Yeah, I haven't eaten it, although I know it's at least the young shoots are edible. But I've been meaning to go out in the spring and collect some to try it out, but I haven't tried it yet.
And so, so about Japanese knotweed. We've got to talk about them because I think using it as an ingredient is really exciting. Okay.
I'm gonna have to run here.
Yes. All right. Good.
So
we're done.
Brian's running low on time.
Yes. Yes.
But
Thank you.
Yeah, but we can definitely talk.
Yeah, I'll do a little bit more homework on the Christine
Saltonstall.
I'll
send you. I have a copy of her paper that and she has more than one, but one that's really, kind of where she really laid it out. Yeah. Okay. So. All right.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Jeff.
All right.
Great.
Yeah, you too. All right. Clear.
Oh, and I'll show you that, So Brennan, let's go over things.
What else has to be done?
Awesome. And we're going to go through the stuff.
So, to keep things just on, so we basically, so what we have to figure out in the next 20 minutes is just the final dimensions for the glass things.
Yeah.
So. So now let me just kind of tell you what we're thinking as far as the changes here. It's just we can, the manufacturing tables, they might be good to have them in the memory.
Right, but we were going to do the manufacturing tables
The color and the
flower box, but also we're going to do a table for the railroad box.
Yes.
And
so the railroad box.
So I just said I have said 5. You did one with the.
So that's what he said.
Okay, thank you.
So yes, so Ron was, we're just trying to come up with really simple